All right, good morning. Hi, everybody. It is the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports, 710, seattlesports.com, Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, and of course, yes, I'm going to now keep mentioning this, 97.3 HD2. It's going to make that part of my morning routine to remind you guys that it's a really good way to listen to the station, 97.3 HD2, crystal clear, high definition. You can listen to all the shows, including the Mariners games, which are on generally around 6:40, but today right at 1:10, so you can watch the Mariners today at 1:10. If you, aren't so mad after what you saw last night in another epic 12-inning affair, the Mariners find a way to lose. Well, they didn't really find it. It hit them smack in the face. It was their complete and total inability to hit in clutch moments in situational hitting that was specifically your problem last night. They did some other things well. Luis Castillo, not his best night, but he didn't give up a run, 5 innings, 5+, 0 runs. Okay. Right? You give up one unearned run because of an unfortunate Dylan Moore error, but I got to say, he kind of made up for it, right? Made a sparkling defensive play late in the game to keep it a tie game and send it at that point to the either 11th or 12th. You got to give some credit there. So, okay, maybe he earns it back. Plus, the Astros did you a favor in that moment because the next ball, the hit to right or the sac fly to right, the fact that the guy didn't try to score was truly amazing, right? I mean, Raley pulls the throw up the line 20 feet. He'd have been safe by a mile, but thankfully, they're a little in between, decide not to go, and because of it, the game goes to extra innings. And then all of that leads to the stats that I know you guys are so fond of and that everybody's excited to hear today, that the Mariners, yes, struck out 19 times in a game. 19 times. 19 times. Not easy to do. Helps when it's a 12-inning game. But still, 19 strikeouts, a lot of strikeouts. And the other one that's just, it's really kind of hard to really almost put into words. They were 1 of 19. 1 of 19 with runners in scoring position. Now, I know you guys have been listening for probably more than one day. If you've been listening to if this isn't your first day ever listening to the show, and I guess it could be. Sometimes people find the show for the first time. Hello, I'm Mike. It's nice to meet you. Lyle is here today. Moore is here today. Brock will be in an hour. How's it going? You'll hear from Jeff Passan in 30 minutes. We've got Daniel Jeremiah today. Thanks for listening to the show for the first time. I really appreciate it. We all do. But if you've been listening to the show longer than that, you know that one thing that I will harp on forever and ever is if you say you want to do something, you've got to do it. Why am I so critical of the Seahawks for their inability to change their problems on the offensive line? Because they say they want to run the ball. Because they say that's what they want to do. If they said they wanted to do something else, I would not criticize necessarily. I would be focused on some other part of their game. If the Seahawks said they wanted to have the most dominant passing attack in history, I'd be pretty focused on their wide receivers. But offensively, at least, they say they want to have a great running game. So you know what I focus on? The people that are most instrumental to your running game, the offensive linemen. You have to have good ones if you want to have a great running game. So too with the Mariners. If you say that you want to be great in situational hitting, then you got to be great in situational hitting. If the Mariners were sitting here saying, hey, we really wanted to build a team that was going to hit a tremendous amount of home runs, power is our solution, we think that that's the one thing that, okay, fine. If you want hard hit rate, fine. Whatever your metric is that you say you want to be great at, that's what I'm going to, because I think there's a lot of different ways to win baseball games. I don't know if anybody can win going 1 of 19 with runners in scoring position. That's an outlier. But again, there are a bunch of different ways to try to build a baseball offense. Do what you say you want to do. If you say you want to be great in situations, in situational hitting, you have to be great in situational hitting. They've been awful in situational hitting. And the best I can look at, again, it's not the only way to measure it, but probably the most important measure of situational hitting is what you do when there are runners in scoring position. And the Mariners are 11 of 91. They are 11 of 91. In those 91 at-bats, they've struck out 26 times. Thank you to Adam Jude for running the numbers. 26 out of 91 are strikeouts. They got like a 300 strikeout average. I mean, forgetting about what they're, the lack of hits, that's how often they strike out in those key moments. And I've told you guys, I don't care that much about strikeouts overall, but strikeouts in big moments, situationally, when you say you are about situational hitting, yeah, I'm going to probably point to that. A league worst 121. Do I rant and rave about batting average all day? No. Batting average with runners in scoring position matters a whole lot more. We went through that with Passan yesterday when he got himself caught up in his, WRC plus and realized that's not a great stat with runners in scoring position. That's a time where you got to get hits. You got to get hits in those moments. Did the Mariners get hits? No. They got one. And the other problem I have with the whole situational hitting thing is that if you want to be good in situational hitting, you know what you need? Good situational hitters and a good roster that is malleable in situations for different ones that might crop up. This idea, and I've never bought into it for 1 second, that a coach is going to change how you do in situations has never made any sense to me. It's never made any sense to me. You have to have players that excel at doing the things you want them to do. Trying to change the approach of a Major League Baseball player is asinine. They've reached the major leagues for a specific reason. Why would you want to change them? That's nonsense. But beyond that, okay, fine. So do you have players for those situations? No. I think that was so frustrating. So great job by Adam Jude last night summing up the fact that this may have been the one game more than any other that just like perfectly encapsulates this entire era of Mariner baseball as the pitching staff doesn't allow a single earned run and finds a way to lose 2-1. Tremendous job by him, and I got some sound that he elicited from the skipper after the game. It doesn't say a whole lot, which is another issue which we'll come back to, but he did a great job kind of working through this last night. Well, one of the things that encapsulated it for me and the problems right now was Miles Mastrobuoni pinch hitting for Dominic Canzone late in that game. So let me just sort of take you through all of the iterations that led up to that, because I think it tells kind of a story. You are already, because of the oddities of this lineup, playing Luke Raley in right field for the entire game against a lefty. Okay? Is Luke a good right fielder? Yes, he is. I like him in right, and actually he made one really nice defensive play in the first inning that I don't know if it saved a home run, but it was certainly a really nice play that I don't know if everybody makes. Luke's a good player. You know what Luke's not very good at? He's not very good at hitting lefties. It's just a fact. At this stage in his career, the numbers bear it out. If you want to go look at them, you'll see it. His numbers against lefties are atrocious in his career. Could he stand to hit them more, and would it help? Maybe. But the idea of experimenting with that, with all the other things going on, doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. So Luke is already taking 4 at-bats against lefties in this game. He got 1 hit in the game. Care to guess which time it came? Oh, yes, the one time he got to face a righty. He drove in the run. Luke Raley's a really good hitter. This isn't a knock on Luke Raley. He's just a fairly standard lefty who can't hit other lefties.
Yeah, he's not alone in that way. Kerry Carpenter's a great hitter, but he's awful against lefties.
There's plenty of lefties like that throughout the history of the game. That's why the lefty specialist emerged and had to eventually be taken out. So eventually, so that's one problem. But as I said, this is about the other issue. They're connected, I guess. Well, the reason that Canzone is in the game is that Donovan Solano started it. He's now 0-63 on the season. He has 1 hit that honestly came because Matt Chapman, of all people, wasn't able to make a not standard defensive play, but a play that he makes. Anyway, Donovan Solano's been awful. It just hasn't hit, unfortunately, yet. So you take him out of the game because you're going to go to a lefty. Do you go to Rowdy Tellez, who plays the same? No, because Tellez has had so many problems. Instead, you go to Dominic Canzone, who's never really hit in the big leagues. And Canzone proceeds to have Certainly one of the worst at-bats I've ever seen. And Lyle, I know you're there with me. 3-pitch strikeout, followed by another strikeout that was not good at all. Okay, so now he comes up again in a big spot. What are you going to do? Well, you're now going to pinch hit a righty for him? Nah, you can't do that. You don't have any other righties on your team. We'll get to it in a moment. Hold on. You don't have any righties available, I should say. Okay, so let's use one of the 2 other lefties you have on your bench. All right? Do you want Rowdy Tellez, whose only real reason for being here is that he can hit? No, guess not. You want Miles Mastroboni? Your utility, your second utility infielder? Guys, I don't know what else to say. You want to know why you're 0 for 19 or 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position? Because these are the options. The options weren't good to begin with, and I don't think they were chosen particularly well once they were faced with them. That's not a players aren't yes, some of it is the players aren't doing their job. But that is also the right players are not there nor available. And the ones that are being chosen and put into situations that aren't good for them. So this is a we got to go to break. I'm sorry. And we'll get to the Polanco stuff. I know you want to talk about that too, Lyle. We'll put it in Need to Know. It's really frustrating today. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
We are now speaking with the architect of your Seattle Seahawks.
How we doing, football fans?
With Seahawks President of Football Operations and General Manager John Schneider.
My job is to do what's best for the Seattle Seahawks organization. I have to keep wrapping my mind around that and trying to communicate effectively.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
What's the standard the Seahawks defense needs to be held to under Mike McDonald?
The John Schneider Show.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Goodbye, winter mud. Hello, Dream Yard. Spring is here. Synthetic Turf Northwest has you covered. No more soggy lawns or weekend yard work. Just green, clean, and ready for backyard barbecues, wiffle ball, or kicking back. Synthetic Turf Northwest, the area leader in synthetic grass, residential and commercial installs, plus turf supplies out of our Woodinville warehouse, and soon in Fife, right off I-5. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com today.
Get ready for an unforgettable adventure at LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma. Marvel at over 300 world-class automobiles and 100 years of history. Don't miss the Shinka exhibit, featuring nearly 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating race simulators. There's fun for everyone, so grab your friends or the whole family and plan your visit Thursday to Monday. Learn more at americascarmuseum.org.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel, walk-behind, zero-turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office, and I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally. G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit Albertsons.com/volunteer.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Oh boy, that was a tough one in a lot of ways. One night after a fairly uplifting win over the Astros, many of the same old demons crept up and ultimately buried the Mariners. They got 5+ shutout innings from Luis Castillo, yeoman's work from the bullpen, 2 stellar plays to keep it within range, but ultimately they fall 2-1 in the 12th.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, hard hit, left side through, base hit. The Astros have taken the lead. Rogers will score from third. Parentini RBI single. It is now 2-1 Astros in the 12th.
Yeah, no ability to score even in any of the 3 extra innings. When you start with a runner on second base, you just can't strike out 19 times. You can't go 1 of 19 with runners in scoring position. It makes them 11 of 91 in that situation for a league worst 121 average. They struck out 26 times out of the 91 at-bats with runners in scoring position. Those are numbers that just, are not going to lead to a tremendous amount of success over the course of the season. Dan Wilson, the second time he was asked about his team's issues with runners in scoring position.
I mean, I think, tonight's one of those nights. It just was not, it was a tough night offensively for us, but, we've all been around baseball. We know that, the game tomorrow and things could change, in a heartbeat. So, I think we're going to continue to do what we do and get prepared and be ready to play in the morning.
And I appreciate the answer. I don't know what else I want him to say, but it's not just one night. let's be clear. That's not a one-night issue. Again, that 121 average is over 12 games, and we've seen it now for a few years. So the saying it's just one night, yeah, I don't think that one's quite going to hold water. Mariners now 4-8. Series finale today, 1:10. Luis F. Castillo and Hunter Brown.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
I wish I could be the bearer of better news because the news is in on Victor Robles. It's not great there either. The dislocation in the shoulder did cause a fracture, which I imagine has got to be incredibly painful. Looks like it will heal without surgery. It'll take 6 weeks plus another 6 weeks of rehab, so you would get him back in July. But that's if it heals that way. There's the possibility he would ultimately need to have surgery, which would just be brutal. That would essentially take him out for the entire season. And they miss him in a million ways, Dan Wilson on some of them.
Yeah, it's, obviously a tough blow, losing Vic and what he brings. We talk about it, what he brings on the field, his outstanding defensive play, what he's meant with the bat for our club, and then what he's meant on the bases. He's a guy that likes to push the envelope and puts a lot of pressure on the defense. So all that he does there is on the field is outstanding.
Not to mention the energy and the personality and everything else that he brings every day. It is a huge bummer, and you feel bad for him. Happy for him that he signed that deal last year, but also bad for him. This guy is finally getting his opportunity, and unfortunately, he ends up with just the fact, too, that the injury didn't come doing, it's not that he was lazy. It's not a hamstring. He went full speed crashing into a net that probably shouldn't be there, and he ends up injured like this. It just stinks. And yes, it does lead to some real issues against lefties. Neither Luke Raley nor Dominic Canzone are ideal in that spot, and unfortunately, between them, they got 6 at-bats against lefties yesterday. Meanwhile, a day after playing hero, Jorge Polanco missed his 6th game in the last 8. Now, 3 of those came because he was on the paternity list. It's still odd. He's dealing with reportedly an oblique, but I'm sorry, I can't help but at least wonder if the knee is still involved in some way. It is definitely odd that he wasn't able to pinch hit last night in a 12-inning game where they really could have used him one night after he had such a huge game, the winning hit, and stole a base. It seemed like he was moving pretty well. So to not be available even in that huge situation late, it's got to raise an eyebrow about just how serious this is.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Meanwhile, complete collapse. I'm sorry, I have no good news today. Complete collapse by the Kraken in Utah. They continue to struggle in the second game of back-to-backs. You know what the Kraken are when they play the second game of a back-to-back this year? They're 0-12. They're 0-12 in the second game of back-to-backs. Not good. 7-1 drubbing. Was not close right from the start. The one bright side, hey, how about one nice period for Victor Osman? He made his debut in net, stopped all 12 shots that he faced. More sad news, just to pile on, my God, I'm sorry, the baseball community in the Dominican Republic. Octavio Dotel, who I always really liked as a pitcher, along with Tony Blanco, were among 44 people killed when the roof of a nightclub collapsed on Tuesday morning. Nelsie Cruz, who's the governor of the northwestern province of Montecristi. She's also the sister of Nelson Cruz, also killed in the accident. So thoughts to all of those families and to Nelson as well. That is everything you need to know. Man, that was just one after another, huh? Do I have to do that all day? Can we do something else? That was awful. The Mariners can't hit. Victor Robles is hurt. Something's wrong with Jorge Polanco. The Kraken got worked, and there was a ton of people that died in a... Jeez. That's what you need to know today? Mike, you got to do better than that. We got to... I'll tell you what. You guys listen to Passan. I'm going to take some... And Passan, by the way, was generally somewhat positive. I'm going to spend 20 minutes and see if I can find something I can add to Need to Know that's a little happier.
I mean, I wouldn't say happy, but it's kind of juicy what's going on in the NBA. Did you see the Nuggets story?
Yeah, they fired George Karl. Is he still their coach?
Mike Malone.
Oh, Mike Malone. Sorry, I thought it was still
and
George Karl.
And their GM. With 3 games left in the season, and they're already in the playoffs. I mean, they lost 4 in a row, so they could be heading for the play-in tournament.
Stan Kroenke going to take over and do it himself?
It's crazy, though.
Yeah. All right. Well, the Devils used to do that. If you remember, Lou Lamoriello would always fire he was a GM. He'd fire his coach right before the playoffs and be like, I'm going to coach.
I mean, they won a championship with him 2 years ago.
Yeah. That's all right. It's basketball. Who cares?
It's kind of wild.
It doesn't matter. Coaches don't do anything in basketball. Let's come right back with Jeff Passan's Brock and Salk Sales Sports on 710salesports.com.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's talk luxury. It's waiting for you. It's Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's where comfort meets elegance. It's going to be pretty fun this summer, too. With the hotel open, you can experience not just those cascade views of the world-class dining, but the entertainment. Yes, the award-winning summer concert series is back. Artists like Hanson, Austin Jenks, Melanie Fiona, POD, all this summer overlooking, as I said, the beautiful Snoqualmie Valley. Go to snocasino.com for tickets. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Old windows cost you money and security. Lake Washington Windows and Doors installs energy-efficient, high-security windows that lower your bills and increase protection. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Choose LakeWashingtonWindows.com today.
Right now, have ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay zero down with zero interest and zero payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
A Progressive Home and Auto Bundle can protect you round the clock, but we can't protect you from those painful moments in sports.
Why would we trade our best player?
Well, at least you got to watch him in person when he was here.
I named my only son after him.
So you'll always remember his name.
Yeah, but what do I do with this jersey?
Luckily, the company has a great return policy.
I wore it for 6 seasons.
Well, at least your home and auto are protected with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Harbor Freight knows time is money. So for our Spring Black Friday sale, we're getting straight to the deals. This weekend, you get 35% off jack stands, 56-inch roll cabs under $800, and 2,300 PSI electric pressure washers under $190. See? Straight to the point. So you can get straight to the savings. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until April 13th, 2025 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
Bull riding. The perfect fusion of strength, skill, and pure willpower. It's the PBR Tacoma at Tacoma Dome, Saturday, April 26th and Sunday, April 27th. Tickets available at Ticketmaster and PBR.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Need a break from everything? Escape to a place where anything is possible and the fun never stops. At Silver Reef Casino Resort, you'll discover world-class dining, championship caliber golf, and so much more. Come join the fun and see why we've been consistently rated one of the region's top destinations. Visit silverreefcasino.com to book your stay and discover all the exciting events and promotions we have in store for you. Silver Reef Casino Resort, located off I-5, exit 260.
Find out more at silverreefcasino.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, 11 games into this season. What do we make of it? Jeff Passan of ESPN, brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers, joining us now as he does every Tuesday at 8:30. Good morning, Jeff.
Gentlemen, how are you?
I think we're doing pretty well. We watched a bizarre, crazy, up and down, good and bad kind of win last night with Jorge Polanco coming up big, just like the way he was supposed to when they first brought him here a year or so ago, and some unbelievable pitching from ace-like Logan Gilbert and Munoz, and some head-scratching decisions. It was just one of those full-scale bizarre baseball games.
I like bizarre baseball games, though. And Jorge Polanco is like the only one hitting right now. If the Mariners don't have him right now, I don't know where they are. Like 4-7 is not great, but I think it could be a lot worse, which is an odd thing to say, but a reality of this team. Like they have not played good baseball to this point, and the frustration's understandable.
They should probably, they should probably be 2-9. Just kind of watching the games and the way the 4 wins have gone, like they should probably be about 2-9. All right, so I'm going to ask you a question.
I was going to say, when every win you have has been a save from your closer,
yeah,
it's kind of close. It's a little too close for comfort.
All right, should we start with something good or something? Let's start with
something
fun.
low. You're going to go low.
You want
octave.
my low octave right off the bat?
Yeah, he's going to control his octave level all interview long today.
Jeff, I have a serious question for you. Low octave.
Yeah, I don't. First off, I don't believe you're going to control your octave level, but by all means, please proceed.
Do you believe in situational hitting?
Absolutely.
What does it mean to you?
Situational hitting is understanding the state of game, the state of count, the state of pitcher on the mound, the state of your own swing, and adjusting it all to make sure that you get off your best swing for what the circumstances are, not just your best swing, period.
So help
Those are
me
two different things.
Help me then understand this, Jeffrey. Runners in scoring position. Cal Raleigh is 0 for 10. Luke Raley's 0 for 9. Julio's 0 for 10. JP's 0 for 7. Randy's 1 for 12. Those 5 veteran bats are a combined 1 for 49 with 13 strikeouts.
Jeez.
1 for 49. That's a hitting 0-20. How?
I mean, if we want to take this further, the Mariners have the worst batting average with runners in scoring position in baseball this year at 139. They are slugging 167, also the worst in baseball. And the reality is, I know I don't want to small sample you because I don't like doing that. It feels like a crutch. It feels like a cop out. But we're only 11 games into the season. And I feel like this sort of thing tends to, like runners in scoring position, you have your outliers every year, and the teams that are really good at it sometimes make a playoff run that was unexpected, and teams that are really bad at it might actually be good teams otherwise. But there's no rhyme or reason. There's no method to the madness. No team that I'm aware of has been consistently excellent or poor with runners in scoring position over a multi-year period of time.
Can you check out? You got your computer there.
Hold on,
right?
then I need to jump in here. Two things. One, whatever you do, Jeff, don't look at those numbers without Jorge Polanco involved. Because if you take his hitting with runners in scoring position out of it, it is.
I think he's hitting. I think he's 5 for 8 this year. Maybe
Yeah,
I saw 625 at some point.
I think he's got 5 of their 7 hits with runners in scoring position. So I can't even imagine what those numbers go to. But then help me understand this. In one breath, and I'm not criticizing you, to me, this is like the dichotomy of baseball. On one hand, situational hitting exists and it matters, and I agree with you. I don't disagree with any part of that answer. On the other hand, runners in scoring position, your batting average, et cetera, is going to just vary and will all eventually kind of come towards the mean. Shouldn't that be the whole purpose of situational hitting mattering?
I mean, it should, yes. It's a conundrum, right? Let's look at last year. Top 5 batting averages with runners in scoring position: Arizona, Kansas City, Texas, San Diego, Milwaukee. The year before, Baltimore, Tampa Bay, Los Angeles, Texas, Chicago. There's one team that is up there every year. Let's go the year before that just to see if the Rangers are still there. Dodgers, Phillies, Astros, Mets, White Sox. I think I've named 13 teams.
Did I hear the Mariners in it? Did I hear Seattle in any of those?
I didn't hear that.
Did I hear Seattle?
But then is it reasonable to say that situational hitting doesn't really exist?
No, I don't think so. I think the ability to execute in particular situations varies year over year.
Okay.
I think the consistency of guys hitting situationally successfully varies year over year. In the same way that, fielding independent pitching, which just looks at essentially your strikeouts, your walks, and the home runs you allow. There are some years where guys just give up more homers than others. They maybe in 2024, Logan Gilbert made 50 mistakes and 20 of them were knocked out of the park, and maybe this year he makes 50 mistakes and 10 of them are, just because other guys don't execute like that. It's just the variance of baseball is its beauty, I think. And I don't know that this is going to be a year where the Mariners with runners in scoring position are historically atrocious. They sure have been for 11 games, and that's the sort of thing where it comes back to coaching, right? And it comes back to just an extreme emphasis on, hey, we need to understand jobs that need to get done, and we need to go out and execute. And they have not been able to do it at this point. I mean, we talked about strikeouts last week. The strikeouts are down, and that's a nice thing to see. But if you can't come through when it matters, then it doesn't matter. This is not going to be a successful team if they can't hit when there are guys on base. And this is not going to be a successful team if their pitching isn't their guiding light, which it hasn't been so far.
That's a great line, by the way, Jeff. If you can't come through when it matters and it doesn't matter, that's really well said. Is that the first time you've ever said that, or is that like something you've said? Is that like a Jeff Passanism?
No, that was on the fly.
Wow.
Honestly.
It's well done, Jeffrey.
You're like
well
Yogi
done.
Berra.
You got that computer pulled up in front of you, as I know you do every time you chat with us every Tuesday during the baseball season, and we love it. Would you mind punching some numbers in here, just out of curiosity? 2022, the Mariners make the playoffs. They end the drought. Cal's big home run, right? They win a series. They push the Astros. Where did the Mariners finish with runners in scoring position in 22? And then the last 2 years where they missed the playoffs, obviously, by a game and make some wholesale changes after last season with staff and everything else. Where were they, just out of curiosity, in 2022 as a collective team, and then over the last 2 years?
In 2022, their batting average was 249 and ranked 17th, but If you look at overall offense, and I'm doing that by weighted runs created plus, with runners in scoring position, that includes getting on base, that includes slugging percentage. Their WRC plus was 122, which was 4th in Major League Baseball, Brock. Wow. So I feel like your premise has some teeth to it here. Okay. Batting average in 2023. The Mariners batted .247 with runners in scoring position. That was 20th in MLB. Their WRC plus was 107. That was 10th. So not bad, not great. 2024 batting average. Oh God, I got to scroll down here. 238, 23rd in MLB. But again, WRC plus, it likes them because they walk, right? And that was 112, which again was 10th in baseball. But I think WRC plus, I feel dumb for using that in this situation because honestly, while I love walks, when you got runners in scoring position, I want hits. I want guys to put the ball in play. I want them to drive runs in. And that's something that this organization, you look last year, it's interesting. When sorted by WRC plus, it also sorts with slugging, right? And the Diamondbacks were number 1 with a 487 slug. You look at all the teams, the top 17 teams in baseball last year, in terms of WRC plus with runners in scoring position, top 17 teams all had slugging percentages. 16 of the 17 teams had slugging percentages over 400. The only team up there with a slugging percentage under 400 was the Mariners at 383. So not only were they not getting hits last year, they weren't really impacting the ball all that much when they did. And it's the kind of thing that if it stands over a full season, guys, will absolutely kill a team. It's also the kind of thing that I feel like is going to even itself out sooner than later. And it wouldn't surprise me to see the Mariners. I don't know if it's going to happen this week. I don't know if it's going to happen next week. But it would not surprise me to see the Seattle Mariners go on a run because they start getting a little bit better luck in those situations. The average on balls in play with runners in scoring position this year is 175, I believe. That's not good, and that is definitely going to get higher. But I look at this team, and I don't know. I just feel like they got a run in them coming up, and it would be a pretty good time to have it with 2 more games against the Astros and then 3 against the first place Texas Rangers, who, by the way, have had an even worse offense than the Mariners have this year. They've just, they've managed to make it happen in spite of that.
Yeah. So one of the other interesting things that's kind of come up here in the last, maybe week is some of the depth concerns around this roster. George Kirby goes down. Hancock has an issue. They send him down. Some question marks about that. Luis F. Castillo comes up. He pitches in a weird spot, doesn't give them a lot of. All of a sudden, bullpen depth is an issue. Victor Robles makes an unbelievable play the other day. I'm sure you saw the highlight, but unfortunately crashes into a netting that is 320 feet away from home plate, which is just insane to me, but whatever. And ends up, now he's going to miss some time. And the decision on who to bring up afterwards is like, there's not a lot of great ones because of the roster construction and who they've got at AAA. So I guess my question is, how many other teams are in that same spot? If you look around Major League Baseball, what does depth look like, whether it's at the back of rosters or AAA? How many teams can handle losing George Kirby and Victor Robles?
Half dozen, maybe. Depth is hard, man. And depth, the best kind of depth comes from the draft and from international amateur free agent signings. That's when your team is well run. When you have the injury bug hits like this, and all of a sudden you can go to guys who have come up through your system, not just 4A guys who you sign in order to have depth, but actual impact type guys. And I think the Mariners are a year away from having that at the big league level, right? If we look at, I don't mean to, be the anti-wet blanket here and turn things positive, but I look at the I look at the Everett roster this year.
Dry blanket, fluffy, extra warm.
My goodness. Like having in the same lineup Colt Emerson and Johnny Farmelo and Michael Arroyo and Laz Montez, and then in the rotation having Senja. I mean, Everett might be the best team in the minor leagues this year. And if you get abhorred by watching the major league roster, then maybe go out to the suburbs because you're going to see good baseball there too. But I think the point is these guys, if they succeed this year, are going to be at AA next year with Emerson potentially, ascending even quicker. And once you're at AA, it's like you could reasonably get called up to the big leagues at that point. Like you're close enough where you can smell the big leagues. And when the Mariners have this sort of injury bug in the future, I think they're going to be able to handle it. But right now it's tough. Right now, I mean, they're going to have to give Rowdy Tellez more or less full-time at bats at this point, right?
Yes. More or less. Yeah.
Well, maybe for the month. And we'll see what Tyler Locklear does at AAA. Maybe for the month.
But I mean, now you're going to, you face a lefty, and now you got to use Tellez, or you got to use Raley, or you got to use Canzone. Like, tell me about the AL West. Texas has been winning. The Angels have been better. The A's have been better. The Astros have not. What are we seeing in this division?
It stinks. It's just not a good division. We have hot takes coming out this week. I think it's running tomorrow on ESPN.com. And here's how bad the AL West is. One of my colleagues is picking the Angels to win the division.
Which colleague is that? We might need to talk to them. That doesn't sound right.
Well, this is hot takes, and we're kind of like trying to trend towards spicy in this situation. Mine is quite spicy, but doesn't necessarily look it. But I'll say this: I feel like the Angels winning the American League West is like a ghost pepper level of spicy. It's like Carolina Reaper, man. They do have the best run differential in the division. They do have a 4-game lead on the Mariners at this point, so they've gotten off to a nice start. But I said this at the beginning of the year. I picked Texas to go to the World Series, and I think the Rangers are a good team. They have been winning close games. Their offense hasn't gotten going yet, but I look at that lineup, and I just feel like it's a matter of time before they start hitting. And they've got pitching depth issues as well. So I don't trust the Angels. I look at the Astros, and it's like Jordan Alvarez hasn't done anything so far, and I think he's going to be fine. But it had to be quite a harrowing thing for Astros fans yesterday to go see Alex Bregman win American League Player of the Week and Kyle Tucker win National League Player of the Week. It's a different team, guys. And these are not the Astros that were used to dominating the American League West Division. And it's why I think in spite of this start that the Mariners have had, they're still in a perfectly good position. It's still way too early. And this is a division that I'm not sure is going to take a whole lot more than 86 to 88 wins to capture.
You like the band Boston? More Than a Feeling. You like that song? Yeah. Salk started the show today. He had more than a feeling about Logan Gilbert just being an ace. I mean, you just kind of watch him, as we've done, Jeffrey, and we've watched him grow up and develop into this guy. And you do. When he steps on the mound, it's more than a feeling that he's an ace. He is an absolute ace. What do you see in Logan?
I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. And what I appreciate about Logan Gilbert, among many things, is his evolution. When he got drafted, the idea was that his floor is going to be like an innings-eating starter. And that he, regardless of how he evolves, he's going to throw 175-plus innings every year, and it's going to be at least decent. But at least decent was not enough for him. His capacity to learn and his desire to better himself is what has made him into the pitcher that he is now. And it would not in any way, guys, shock me to see Logan Gilbert start the All-Star game for the American League this year. That's how good I think he is. He will get Cy Young votes this year as long as he's healthy, and I think there's a real chance that he could win it. He's one of the best pitchers in baseball, and it's a cool thing to see. And I love his whole mentality. I have been gifted this 6'6", 220-pound frame, and I've been gifted the ability to spin the ball and have touch on off-speed pitches. And I'm not just going to rest on my laurels with what I've got right now. I can get better, so it's my duty to go out and get better, and that's exactly what he's done.
How do you define an ace? Are there specific qualities that you use to define the difference between a number one pitcher and a true ace?
Oh, boy. I mean, I've spent a lot of time talking about this with my buddy Andy McCullough, who works at The Athletic. And Andy literally, ranks the aces every year. And this used to be, before they started doing it at The Athletic, this was something that we did, over beers during spring training. Who's an actual ace? What is an actual ace? The definition has just changed so much over time. To me, though, an ace is somebody who throws 200-plus high-quality innings every year. If you're in the consistent 200-plus innings, sub-3 ERA, you are up for acehood. But consistency, to me, is what really defines it. You need to do this year after year after year after year. I'm not going to call Paul Skeens an ace yet because I haven't seen it over enough time. There's just not enough bulk there. After this year, if he does what he did last year with the same or with 75% more innings, then yeah, Paul Skeens is an ace at that point. But I think it is a combination of bulk and quality, and I think it's extraordinarily rare in this game. And I mean, Who's on your guys' list of aces?
It's a great question.
Who's an ace?
I was thinking more about just qualities. I don't know exactly who fits all of them, but I like your definition. It's not necessarily the one I would have used. I think it makes perfect sense. I was kind of thinking about it in terms of Logan and some of the qualities that made me call him that. And, there's obviously a stuff element. There's a presence element. There's swagger. There's confidence.
Yep.
Obviously, there's got to be results. There's got to be, I think, some level of intimidation to the other team where, they know he's coming. And that's why I think I would put Paul Skeens in there. And then also the ability to do, what the situation calls for. Do I need to go 7 innings today and save my bullpen? Okay. Do you need me to strike out 10 and be a stopper today? Okay. I'm just going to take the ball and do exactly what this team needs. I don't know how many players fit that description, and it's a lot more subjective than yours. But I don't know. Those were the things that kind of jumped out to me.
I think those are all very reasonable, and it's why it's a fun conversation.
Yeah.
Because ace means something different to everyone. We're not going to have the guys who are throwing 230-plus innings anymore. That's not realistic. There were 4 pitchers last year in Major League Baseball who even reached the 200-inning threshold. And you know who was at the top of that list?
Mr. Logan.
That's exactly right. And Seth Lugo, not an ace. Logan Webb, not a very good, a number one starter in that most teams he pitches for, he's going to be at the top of the rotation. I would say he's a very good number 2. Zach Wheeler to me is the guy. Year after year.
Ace.
Ace.
He's an ace.
But beyond him, and I'm just looking at innings now.
How about this for a quick definition? Because we got to run, you got to run as well. How about this for a quick definition? An ace is a guy that you absolutely want starting twice in a 5-game series, 3 times in a 7-game series.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's an ace. And if you've got it, then you feel like you're going to win that series.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think that's right.
That's going to be my new definition. Thought about it on the fly.
I think Passan's been an ace today.
Yeah, you have been, Jeff.
And that's as good as you've ever been.
And I kept my octave range very even today.
Yep.
You did. I was expecting so much more from you, honestly.
Yeah.
So I appreciate you holding back.
Let's see how this series in the Texas series
Michael.
go.
I'll tell you what, Jeff. Yeah. Have you ever seen a reliever walk past the left fielder and then have to return to the bullpen? I've been watching baseball for almost 47 years. Never seen that. Have you?
Have a great Tuesday, Jeff.
Come
God
on,
bless
Jeffrey.
you.
We'll
God
see
bless
you next
America.
week. There is Jeff Passan, our friend from ESPN.
Yes.
Every Tuesday at 8:30. Thank you, Jeffrey. Good stuff as always. All right, I know Brock was, well, at least based on some of his texts last night, not enjoying that game to the best of his ability, so I'm excited to talk to him about it. Plus, I have a stat for you guys. I haven't sent this yet to Lyle, Maura, or Brock. I was blown away when I read this last night, to the point where I've looked it up twice. I looked it up again today to see if I was wrong, and maybe I'm misreading something, but when I saw this, I was truly dumbfounded. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Abe Luke is going to be the most important player on this offense. Why? Because when he is available and he is playing, him and Charles Cross are going to hold it down. It's all about keeping the band together. And the band has been split up a lot over the past couple of years, right? We saw rookies play tackle. We saw rookies play guard. But when Abe and Charles Cross are playing together, those bookends hold it down. It's Abe Lucas, man.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Right now, have beautiful, ultra-efficient, clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and a Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Baseball's back. It's time your yard stepped up to the plate. Synthetic Turf Northwest is Seattle's go-to for pro-quality turf. Perfect for backyard batting cages, putting greens, or just a mud-free play zone for the whole family. We install the best, we supply the best. And we're local-based in Woodinville with a new Fife location coming soon next to Sportco. Mention Seattle Sports and save up to $1,000 off your project. Visit syntheticturfnorthwest.com, where the grass is always greener.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Getting a new battery should be easy. At Pacific Power Batteries, you won't go in with a battery problem and come out with a new transmission. Instead, we can test your battery to see if it's actually the problem. Maybe it's the alternator. We don't sell alternators, so we have no motivation to sell you one or even a new transmission. We have load testers and conductance testers, hydrometers and voltmeters whenever needed. I'm Steve Almond, and I invite you to our family-owned Pacific Power Batteries. You can trust us with any battery problem, and we'll top off the blinker fluid for free.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be?
What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Evan Cohen here. Picking a place to build a life is a lot like selecting a draft pick. Make a decision that will set you up for long-term success. Pick Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, you'll find dynamic career opportunities, beautiful seasons, affordable living, and legendary weekends. From its high quality of life and great schools to its fine arts, culinary, and pro sports scenes, Wisconsin gives you so much to look forward to. That's why you should pick Wisconsin. Learn more about making Wisconsin your home. Visit pickwisconsin.com.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike.
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, let's see. Daniel Jeremiah will join us at 8:30 this morning, back to his regular Wednesdays, assuming he remembers, obviously. But I think he will. I think he's back on time. So we'll talk to DJ at 8:30. We got some fun draft stuff a little later in the show. But Brock, a little sleepy today, I think both of us. After a game, just kept going on and on. I admit, I texted Aaron. I did. I texted Aaron Goldsmith last night.
Did you really?
Yeah, in the whatever it was, 11th or 12th, when he came back from break and was like, hey, don't go to bed. You don't need to wake up early in the morning. It's okay. And I was like, I texted him. I was like, dude, I want to go to bed. Like, I don't know what to tell you. I need this game to end. It has not been entertaining to watch. I'm super upset. Like, please make this game end. And it did soon after.
How about that little guy up in Havre, Montana? You think he went to bed? You think he was chuckling as he's gone on sabbatical and we've seen 10-inning games, 11-inning games, 12-inning games? You know, the lack of offensive production. Do you think somewhere? Did you see what happened in Divish, by the way?
No.
Do you see he nearly broke his hand? One of his first days of throwing some soft toss. He was throwing a little soft toss in the cage with some overweight leaded bat, and the kid just hits a laser before he can get his hand out of the way.
He posted a video.
Oh, it was pretty good stuff.
Man.
Unlike just this hitting, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, obviously, at great lengths with Jeff Passan. He did a bunch of digging, kind of live on air, trying to figure out some of this situational hitting. You saw a graphic very early in the Mariners game yesterday with the struggles of both these teams. You know, the Astros aren't a whole lot better than you are. Like a $188 with runners in scoring position, and, you know, their offensive woes, and they've got big holes in their lineup, especially at the bottom end of it. And it was almost, I mean, honestly, like you almost want to cry because you're just like, this isn't happening. Like again and again and again, you're giving yourself opportunity after opportunity after opportunity. You know, the ghost runners out there, inning after inning after inning after inning. You got first, second, and third, one out. You got man on third, one out. You just give me a fly ball. I don't even need a base hit. Just give me a fly ball. Just put the ball up in the air. Just finish this game. Go win it. Go win this series, and end this nonsense that we can't hit situationally. And instead, you're 1 for 19 with 19 strikeouts.
Can I give you a stat that blew me away last night? And again, I've looked this up now twice to make sure it's accurate. What is the Mariners' slugging percentage on 3-1 counts this year?
Yeah, that too, right? I mean, the number of times
on 3-1. Hold on, Brock.
Yes,
they've only had 20 opportunities. There have been 20 plate appearances this year with a 3-1 count. Okay. What is their slugging percentage on 3-1 counts? Lyle, Mora, Brock?
$167.
That feels low on 3-1 counts.
What
on
is the
hitters'
Mariners
counts?
slugging percentage?
Wow, answer the question.
On
Did you just
3-1
learn?
counts.
You see what I did right there? I just threw out a number. Not the 405, the 167.
I'll go with 250.
Maura?
200.
Guys. If this was The Price is Right, you'd have all gone over.
Oh, darn it.
The number
I
is...
wanted that washer and dryer.
The number is 0.
What?
The number is 0. It's actually the same as their batting average with 3-1 counts. In 20 plate appearances this year through those 14 games, or whatever, 12 games, excuse me, they have a 0 batting average and 0 slugging percentage on 3-1 counts. Now, again, I'm so blown away by this number that I feel like I had to look it up twice. I'm looking at MLB.com. Please tell me if I've done something wrong out there. I went to Team Hitting 2025 year to date and then did my split as 3-1 count sorted by slugging, and the Mariners are at 0. There's a couple other teams at 0 too, by the way, but the Mariners are at 0. They don't have a hit with runners in scoring with 3-1 counts.
Yeah.
I know we know the runners in scoring position numbers, and those are brutal, hitting 121 in that spot. But that flummoxed me yesterday. That one really got me.
Yeah, because that's, that's, I think we have been ingrained in some ways with that control the zone and get ahead and do damage, right? Just put yourself in more favorable opportunities. JP's got a 3-1 count yesterday. JP's got a 3-1 count yesterday. Randy Rosarena has got a 3-1 count late in the game. Like you give yourself this favorable opportunity. And, here was 91 to 94 to 95, and you're just swinging through so much of that. So
you want to know what's weird about that stat too?
Yeah.
Last year, they were second in both batting average and slugging with a 3-1 count over the course of the year. What is the Mariners' batting average and slugging percentage with 2 strikes?
I mean, if it's 0
It's
with
better it's better than 0.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if it's 0 with 3-1, I don't know about 0-2.
It's a 114. It's 26th in the league with a 114 batting average and a 168 slugging percentage.
What is that line about when it rains? It does what? Because I saw some tape yesterday. It was actually raining inside the building with the roof closed.
Is that why Rayleigh was so dirty after sliding into second base? I could not figure that out. Is that why it was raining inside the park?
It was before the game,
Okay.
right? When it was just that downpour.
Cecily and I spent like 10 minutes trying to figure this out. Like, why is he so muddy after sliding into second base in an indoor?
Right around 3 yesterday, it was a monsoon there for a little while.
But you have a roof. Just did not realize it had been.
Yeah,
open.
I mean,
wind was coming
maybe it
in.
leaked in.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a wild affair. Yeah, it's testing the patience, man. That was a hard one to absorb yesterday, because you just give yourself, again, so many opportunities. Luis, once again, deals. You burn through every reliever's arm, Salk, and most of those guys doing their job very, very well. You make a decision, a little bit of an unorthodox decision to not go to Mooney there, in the top of the 9th, and instead you kind of get out of that. Unfortunately, you've got to see Hader for 2 innings because you couldn't really do anything and even touch the ball against him. So, yeah, that was just a bit of frustration as you're now sitting at 4-8?
4-8.
A 4-8 start.
And again, and I think this is the part that's been troubling, is watching the games, I think realistically, again, trying to take as objective a view as possible, they should probably be 2-10. Right? I mean, there have been days where you're like, and I've said this in past years, like, all right, they're 4-8, watching the games, what should they be? They probably should be 6-6. Like, I feel like we've had those conversations where you're trying to, get a sense of things evening out. I don't feel like there have been games where they've outplayed the opponent and been the victims of bad luck. Honestly, of the 4 games they lost, all 4 of them were up in the air and could have gone either way, and 2 of them probably should have gone the other way. So it's been a really troubling start, Brock. And you mentioned it, some of the decision-making yesterday. Again, I went through this at 6 o'clock. Vargas in the 9th. I actually didn't mind that as much because I feel like I wanted Munoz for the situation where you've got a runner starting at second. But so I kind of understand it. It's non-traditional. But, I mean, you're in a spot both because of the management and the roster construction where you have 2 lefties facing Hader in the 9th.
Right.
And you don't have any righties to pinch hit.
Right.
You are pinch hitting lefties for lefties.
That's right.
Right? And one of them is Miles Masterboni. And by the way, Rowdy Tellez sits on the bench the whole game. Like, why is he even on the team? If you don't want a guy who can put the ball out of the park in a game like that, I don't know why he's there. And Polanco can't come in. Oh, we're going to talk more about that and need to know. Like, man, there are some really significant issues with the way the roster is constructed and the options it's giving you. And especially if you want to play situational baseball and win those moments, yes, you've got to hit with runners in scoring position, but also you have to have the ability to play matchups and win situations and give yourself that little edge. And instead, they're losing those situational battles because you're having to go lefty on lefty. Luke Raley took 4 at-bats yesterday against lefties. Any guesses on how he did? He went 0 for 4. Went 1 for 1 when he got to face a righty. You're not giving yourself the best chance to win those situations. And that's because of, A, the roster construction, and B, some of the decisions that have been made in games. So, yeah, the players are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I'm not excusing 1 for 19 or whatever the other number is, 11 for 91 with runners in scoring position. But it's being exacerbated by some of the people that are coming up in some of the spots that are just not being put in a position to succeed. That's not right. It's not fair to the players. And I hope that's something that they're able to remedy over time. We'll go through this, Brock. There's so much more to get to. And then obviously DJ today. We got some draft stuff. We'll come back with everything you need to know next.
The John Schneider Show.
With Wyman and Bob.
Brought to you by Pizza Hut.
When you guys bring in free agents, then they leave and you don't sign them, probably unique to each one. But is it just something you learn in that conversation that you go, okay.
Yeah, a lot of different reasons. It could be medical, it could be personality, financial, how they're going to be a fit in the building, how much they love football, what kind of worker are they. Yeah, there's a whole interview process that I don't want to give out, actually.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through April 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet and security edge for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying internet package. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change. Early termination fee applies.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Are you finding it hard to stay cool in your home during hot weather? The issue is likely your window's poor quality and lack of heat deflecting technology. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are 25% more energy efficient than Energy Star standards and come with high-performance Sun Matrix glass, which can help keep the summer heat out. Combined with our Leak Armor installation, your comfort will be secured for a lifetime. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I'll give you a little warning. This is not the most fun need to know of all time. It was a difficult game last night for the Mariners, one night after what really was a fairly uplifting win over the Astros, right? Just many of the same old demons creeping back in for the Mariners. They got good pitching. They got 5+ shutout innings from Luis Castillo. The bullpen really did its job. Stellar work there. A couple of great defensive plays. You want to hear a great defensive play? Here was Ryan Bliss in the top of the 10th.
His pitch. Swung on. Line drive up the middle. It hits the bag. Bliss somehow makes the play and stops it at least. So that saves a run as McCormick has to hold at third.
That was an unbelievable adjustment he made. That was like a wide receiver who has to go that was
you never been to a boxing match, have you?
I've been to one.
Have you? So back in the day, Joe Test doing the Friday night fights, They had a fight down there at the Emerald Queen Casino. And to sit front row right behind him and watch these, and these are not high level. This was not, elite guys, but, these are guys that are trained professionals. And to watch their hands in person and to see how fast, especially the middleweights down, oh my gosh. And for Ryan Bliss, his hands, to have that kind of quickness and twitch and reaction time, you just never see that. You never see the ability to get the hands on the ball. Just awesome. Yeah. JP made some plays defensively. Again, Dylan makes an unbelievable throw.
Yeah, they're playing hard. There's no question as to the effort here and how hard they're playing. But unfortunately, they lose 2-1 in the 12th. It was Caratini who ended up with the big single to drive in the run. They failed to score 3 different times, starting with a runner on second base. I mean, you can't do that. You can't strike out 19 times. You can't go 1 of 19 with runners in scoring position. Those are not things that are going to allow you to win baseball games.
I know you have an affinity for Randy. I know he's a fascinating watch.
Yeah, it was tough last night.
What was his swing velocity?
I don't know.
On a 3-0 count, it got up to 3. What was he doing?
I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I don't know what that was.
For context, they only needed a sac fly when he was swinging that hard.
It was really bizarre to watch. I know you're trying to get off your A swing, but that feels like the exact opposite of situational hitting and knowing the right situation to do.
You know what I'm going to look forward to doing on this legal notepad at some point?
Yeah.
I'm going to really look forward to getting rid of this tally. I'm going to really look forward to this because the worm is going to turn at some point.
It's got it.
Cal is not going to go 0 for 13. Julio 0 for 11. JP 0 for 9. Randy 1 for 13. I mean, God bless Luke. He got off the schneid with his hit yesterday. 1 for 3. 1 for 12. That is a combined 2 for 58 from those 5 veteran bats.
Well, yeah, I mean, we know they're 11 of 91 with runners in scoring position. If you take Polanco out, I think that's 6 of those 11. Is that right?
Yeah.
So you're 5 for what? I mean, I don't even know what to say about that. It's a pretty staggering number. It's really hard to fathom. They're 4-8, series finale today. And here's the problem. Luis F. Castillo goes against Hunter Brown, and your bullpen is kind of toast. So what I would do today, personally, I don't know what the Mariners are going to do. I would probably, unfortunately, hard luck DFA Jesse Hahn. Not that he deserves it, but he's the guy that has to go. And I would.
He doesn't have options, though.
No, so I said you have to DFA him.
Oh, boy.
And I'd probably bring up Casey Lawrence because at least he's a starter who gets stretched out and can give you innings out of the pen. I don't know what else you do. At least, and then you're probably going to have to DFA Casey Lawrence when it's all said and done, too.
Is there nobody else in the bullpen with options? None of those other guys have options?
No, I don't think so. Maybe Colin Snyder does. I don't know.
You got to send somebody.
There's not a lot of guys with options left. Vargas doesn't. There are not a lot of guys with options.
Oh.
So, unfortunately, I feel like that's the situation you're in.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
The news on Victor Robles isn't great either, unfortunately. The dislocation caused a fracture in the shoulder. That sounds really painful. If he has no surgery, 6 weeks to heal, then 6 weeks of rehab, so he'd be back in July. But if he does end up, probably soon after. But if it does end up needing surgery, he's done for the year. Either way, that stinks. And
when you are absolutely empty in the tank, as you said, these guys are playing hard. There is not one bit. They're stealing bases left and right. I mean, they're getting after. They're doing all they can do outside of the skill set of putting the barrel onto the baseball, and to lose Victor when he makes that play. That effort,
such a
that
bummer.
sacrifice.
And after everything he's done to kind of get himself back into position, the energy he brings, all of it stinks for him and for the team. But again, it creates some of these roster issues where you're watching Luke Raley and Dom Canzone take between them 6 at-bats against lefties yesterday. Throw in Masterboni. That's 7 at-bats that those 3 guys took against left-handed pitching. They were 0 for 7.
Yep.
That's not a sustainable way to run a roster. Meanwhile, a day after being the hero, and stealing a base, Jorge Polanco literally couldn't get into the game at all. That was the 6th game out of the last 8 that he's not been in. I know they said he's dealing with a side injury. I can't help but wonder if the knee is involved. He couldn't pinch hit last night? And I'm not questioning his toughness. It's just that whole thing seems bizarre, right?
I mean, you're trying to, and they made a point of emphasis, you're trying to do all you can early to allow him to sustain, as hard as that may be, and as many opportunities that we're calling for him and clamoring for him. Come on, just hit on the right side. Just, it's we've got to do this to try to protect him over the long marathon of a season.
Yeah, but pinch hitting? If you're protecting him, why is he stealing bases the night before? I don't understand. I don't get it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken no better. They lose 7-1. Do you know what their record is this year in the back end of back-to-backs, Brock?
Is it any better than the Mariners with the 3-1 count slugging percentage?
No, they're 0 for 12.
Okay, that's what I figured.
They're 0-12 on the back end of back-to-backs this year.
I'm feeling a theme on this Wednesday morning.
It's a tough need to know. I'm not going to lie. The only bright side in that one, they lose 7-1. Victor Osman made his debut in goal for the third period and stopped all 12 shots, so kudos to him.
Nice.
And then just really sad news, unfortunately, out of the Dominican Republic. Octavio Dotel, Tony Blanco, among the 44 people who died when the roof of a nightclub collapsed. Nelsie Cruz, who's Nelson Cruz's sister, and she's also governor of a province there, she died as well. Just incredibly sad.
Yeah, just no words for that one.
No.
Yeah.
You remember Octavio Dotel was a really good pitcher.
I do.
Really fun pitcher.
He was fun.
Yeah, that's a bummer. All of it. So, unfortunately, a sad ending to an upsetting need to know, but, you know.
Is there any way we're going to turn this? And I know we're going to DJ. I know I've got Blue 88. I know I got a draft profile.
I have a ton.
Do you have anything in any way for this worm to turn next segment? Nothing?
Next segment?
I mean, you got nothing for me?
No, not next, but later.
Lyle?
Later I do. I've
Lyle,
got some stuff
Lyle,
later.
you got anything for me? You got any kind of fun in you? Maura, you got any fun in you?
I have some fun, but
I mean,
it's more for tomorrow.
When I beat you on Trash Takes again.
Oh, okay, all right.
Okay, we'll try to make the non-fun fun. Not the, we're going to try to make the non-fun fun. I don't know if I can do it all day, but I've got some fun later.
Okay, great, thanks.
Up next is more just doses of realism.
Oh, great.
That's coming up on Brock and Salk.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Let's talk about weight loss. It's not that hard. I'm telling you, it's not that hard with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. I was even texting Brock last night. Like, I felt like Luis Castillo was looking a little thinner last night, and Brock's immediate guess, maybe Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I wouldn't blame him. I don't know if that's what's happening, but he sure looks pretty good, and I know that's what's worked for Ryan Rowland-Smith, the hyphen, former pitcher himself, used to work out every day, right, and still does, but you can't outwork a bad diet. He knows that, and Eastside Weight Loss Clinic helped Ryan with a plan that builds long-term habits so you can lose the weight and then keep it off. It starts with a 15-minute phone consultation, just like the one you should schedule right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Join me, join Ryan Rowland-Smith, join many others, thousands here in the Northwest, by going to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through April 20th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Swedish Cyberknife is expanding. Dave Wyman with exciting news about Swedish adding a second Cyberknife in Seattle. Cyberknife is a non-invasive, extremely precise prostate cancer radiotherapy treatment. Compared with other radiation therapies, which last 6 to 9 weeks, the Cyberknife treatment period is much shorter, typically 5 days with daily sessions under an hour. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/Cyberknife prostate.
Roof now, pay later. No payments until 2027. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors here. Since 1968, we've helped homeowners just like you get beautiful, durable roofs without breaking the bank. Book today and lock in summer pricing before it's too late. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Obviously, a frustrating start here for the Mariners, and last night, credit to Adam Jude. I really liked the way he phrased it. It did feel like that game really encapsulated a lot of the issues the Mariners have had over the last few seasons, right? You lose a game 2-1 in which you didn't give up a single earned run, in which you, again, failed to score in 3 opportunities, starting with a man on second base, in which you don't execute in these big moments and end up going, 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position with 19 strikeouts.
19 strikeouts.
That's not great. 19 strikeouts weren't all with runners in scoring position, but just over the course of the game.
No, bless their hearts.
Regardless. Here's the thing, and I started with 6 o'clock about this, Brock, and so I've kind of gone through this a little bit, but let's do it together.
All right. This is a fun exercise?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I didn't say it was fun.
Okay.
I didn't say it was fun. Maybe it'll be more cathartic, but I don't know if fun is necessarily the word.
Before the exercise, let me just tell you what last night reminded me of, and I think I even mentioned this to Titus as we were watching it. I said, remember when we went out to Branson, Missouri a couple years ago?
I remember when you did that.
Oh, my gosh. And the umpire nearly died of heat stroke because it was 130 heat index. It was in the 90s with 90 humidity on turf fields. I mean, it was you had to laugh out loud if you not cry because it was that hot. Eventually, after that poor fella, all the other umpires stood behind the pitcher in shorts and T-shirts because that was not a sustainable livelihood. And we faced this team from North Carolina, and this was when they were 12. This was 12U. And this kid, I kid you not, was like 6'2", grown man, broad shoulders, maybe even a mustache. And he was throwing at 12 years old, I don't know, upper 70s.
Right.
And our kids at the AAA level that year were, you see, in mid-50s, right? And it was wow, we got, we can't even touch the ball.
Right.
I think it was like 5 innings. I think we ended up losing like 1-0. They couldn't hit either. So thankfully, kind of like the Astros last night, couldn't really hit. Neither team could really put the ball in play. But you couldn't even, like, you get up there and you try to, okay, now boys, you got to get that front foot and you got to start your swing early. And like, still couldn't even touch the ball. I mean, that's what last night, through many of those occasions, because it wasn't as if, well, that's tough luck. Oh, that ball was hit hard. Oh, you hit it on the nose. Oh, that one was just a line. Like it just wasn't that way.
Yeah, there were one or two early in the game that were hit pretty well, and then once
Julio had one in the first inning.
Yeah, once he settled down, there really weren't cases where you're like, oh, unfortunately, it just didn't work. I mean, even the run they scored probably would have and should have been at least knocked down by the first baseman. So, yeah. You know me, Brock. I really try not. Well, I try to listen to what teams say, and then for my accountability, I want them to be accountable for what they say they want to do. I'm not going to crush the Mariners for not hitting a ton of home runs. They didn't say that's what they wanted to do this year. Like, I'm not going to crush the Seahawks for not having the world's most exciting passing attack. That's not the way they are trying to win games. The Mariners say they want to be great in situations. So that your situational hitting is as bad as it is problematic to me, extremely. I don't like seeing failure at the thing that is supposed to be your point of emphasis. Unfortunately, you're continuing to rely on home runs, but without building a team that is likely to hit a lot of home runs. And oh, by the way, you've now constructed a roster that's not particularly set up for situational hitting. And I kind of went through this, but you could see some of the real examples of it last night. If you want to be great in situational hitting, you need to take advantage of matchups and do all of those things that are going to lead to big moments, right? And big results in those moments. Well, having a roster, and I know this is not totally by choice because Robles is hurt, but having a roster that involves...
And Jorge's hurt. I mean, that's a switch hitter.
That hurts. I get it.
A right-handed bat. And speed, and Robles is a speed guy.
But it's leading to 7 at-bats against lefties for Luke Raley, Miles Mastroboni, and Dominic Canzone. And some of that is because, unfortunately, Donovan Solano has 1 hit. He's got no 64 batting average.
Right.
Like, that's part of the reason why. But once you pinch hit for him, well, now you're in a situation where you're running through lefty after lefty, and the other team has Josh Hader. Like, that's not a sustainable way to win matchups. It's not a sustainable way to win the situations and situational hitting moments that you say are going to be most important to you. And then, after the game, they asked Dan a bunch of questions about that, right? Like, what's going on in these situations? And here's his first answer.
We may have had situations. I think that I've seen a lot of the same characteristics in our club and the fight in our club. That's what I've seen. And we've had some opportunities, but, it's still very early. And I think that what we've seen in terms of how they've fought, how they've played, how they've pressed on and stayed the course. I mean, I think they're still in a good spot. We just got to capitalize on opportunities that we get.
I'm sorry, I don't really understand that answer.
I think he's going to say Luke Raley, got to a 3-1 count against that lefty.
And when he was put into, yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he just didn't give up the at-bat. He just,
they're grinding.
Grinding at bats, trying to get to counts so they can do some damage in. You get to a 3-1 with a middle hanging breaking ball, and you miss it. And, well, he's got his glasses on now in the batter's box, and he could see that he missed it. And even Dave and Aaron said, "Yep, you could just feel the body reaction." He also made the
decision to call up Dominic Canzone, who was not close in any of the 6 swings he took yesterday.
No,
and
those weren't great.
Again, like, I'm not upset that Dominic Canzone is up. I'm not that upset about him, but like, you could have called up Leo Rivas, who is a switch hitter, who could have helped with the Jorge Polanco issue. Like, you had other options and a different way to play this. You chose not to do it that way. And kudos to Adam Jude. He followed up with Dan a second question about the runners in scoring position.
I mean, tonight's one of those nights. It just was not, it was a tough night offensively for us. But, we've all been around baseball. We know that, the game tomorrow and things could change, in a heartbeat. So, I think, we're going to continue to do what we do and get prepared and be ready to play in the morning.
And I appreciate all of that, but unfortunately, again, it's not just one game, right? I mean, that game is emblematic. It was the worst example, but they're 11 of 91 on the season with runners in scoring position. That's not one game. That's 12 games.
And half of that's Polanco, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's hard. Like, it's hard for me to hear
so
those answers.
Step back just a little bit and don't give me because when you ask me these things and you put my feet to the coals, Salk, and you ask me, talk to me here. Give me an answer. Don't give me I don't know. You've watched this long enough. You've been around this long enough. We've talked about roster construction long enough. So help me just try to, as best you can, help me understand some of these decisions that are outside of the 9+ innings of baseball. Help me understand, is there anything we can glean in totality when we look at a Luis F. Castillo getting called up, when we look at a Dom Canzone getting called up, when we look at the moves off of the field? Is there anything to try to understand what feels like head-scratching moves?
I mean, look, I think I know. I mean, again, why Luis F. Castillo over Hancock? I guess he's older. Maybe they trust that. Like, they're similar in terms of their stuff, et cetera. When they made the move, it was a calculated risk that allowed Taylor Cicero to stay up for what turned out to be just a couple more games. But I wouldn't have made that move. I'm not going to defend it.
Yeah,
I would have left Hancock in there, and I think you'd be in a better spot right now. As it is, as we said, you're about to have to go through a series of machinations today because you've got Luis F. Castillo starting on a day game after a night game with a tired bullpen.
Right.
That's not a good spot to be in. I personally today would call up Casey Lawrence to give you innings if you need
So those
him.
two guys, right? So Luis and him could somehow try to eat up 7, 8, 9 innings.
That would be the hope, right? Or at least 3 apiece. Right? I mean, he went 3 the last time. Can he go 3? Lawrence goes 3. Maybe you don't win the game, but at least you don't destroy yourself and you get an off day tomorrow and the Texas comes in. You really better win some of those games. Like, that would be probably what I would do. But yeah, I mean, I can't explain that decision.
Is this
Dominic Canzone? I can't explain that one. I don't get it.
It's funny. You look at the outfielders in Tacoma, they're all lefties. Cade Marlowe, lefty. He's on the 60-day IL. Spencer Packard, lefty. Ryland Thomas, lefty.
Okay, but if that's the case and you have this lefty problem, and oh, by the way, you're going to be facing Framber Valdez yesterday. It's not like that was a mystery. I mean, the Astros sort of hit it, but you knew those things were coming.
Right.
The ability thankfully, the one cool thing you have are 2 guys that are capable of going out to the outfield, and one of them is Dylan Moore, who is a righty. Why wouldn't you bring up Rivas, especially if you know that Polanco is dealing with his problems?
Sure,
I don't get it. I don't understand.
Right.
I thought you were going to ask a different question, Brock. I thought the question you're going to ask is just ultimately why. Why are they having so many problems with runners in scoring position, et cetera? And the only answer, I don't know the answer, right? I mean, if I did, obviously they would, and they would fix it. Call it an opinion, call it a hypothesis, call it a theory. That they're in between. And I don't know how many times we've said that. But pick a lane. Either hit home runs or hit situationally. You can't do, what is essentially neither. Right? Either build a team, and this has always kind of been my problem with relying on coaching to make the big difference this year. Either acquire players that do what you want them to do, or allow the players you have to try to do what they do best. But asking players that are one thing to try to, I think, be something they're not is a real challenge. The Mariners would, I'm sure, argue that's not what they're doing. It's what it's felt like to me from the outside. And I wonder, we talked about the 3-1 issues, why the Mariners have a 0 hitting and slugging percentage on 3-1 counts. Are they in between? Hey, it's 3-1. Well, in the past, what would I do? I'd try to hit a home run. What am I doing now? Well, I kind of want to use the big part of the ballpark, and I want to go to right, I want to go to center, and, well, I missed. I don't know if that's what's happening. Again, that's theory. It's not fact. I'm not stating that. And look, you saw in the 7th inning what that could be, right? Garver gets a single, nice piece of hitting, steals second because I don't know what's going on with the Astros holding runners and Einer Diaz throwing. He scores on, Raley, nice piece of hitting there as well. Then you get another stolen, kept the pressure on. Those are good things. But I'm struggling with the roster that does not set Dan up for success in order to make moves at the end of games. Moves by Dan that don't make a lot of sense to help his team succeed in those spots. Where was Rowdy Tellez yesterday? Where was Polanco yesterday? Why was Munoz warming up but then not brought into the ninth? Like, those are three questions. Why is Master Boney pinch hitting for Canzone when they're both lefty? Like, all of that sort of wraps around the day after all the stuff that went down in that game, which they ended up winning.
Yeah.
And then and
there's just a lot.
There's a lot.
So it's a lot. It's a lot to digest. It's a lot for listeners.
But I'll
it's
tell
a
you
lot
what,
for the fans.
Those non-answers don't help either.
Lot.
And kudos to Jude. He asked a bunch of good questions afterwards. But you can't just say, well, it's one game. It's not just one game.
No.
Like I think that there needs to be a little bit more addressed of like, hey, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Why does the team look like that?
Yeah, I think the only thing you can say definitively, right? I mean, they are trying to grind at bats. They are playing the game hard. They are stealing bases at an incredible rate and taking advantage of that, Salk, and giving themselves just opportunity after opportunity after opportunity in so many of these games. So while you're right, well, it is easy, and your eyes could say 4-8 feels like 2-10. You could just as easily be like, my goodness gracious, just a hit or two with runners in scoring position in any of these games, and you're 6-6.
Yeah.
Luis still gives you 5 innings.
That's true.
I mean,
But
you're
Brock,
giving
you've
yourself
also watched these games, and
opportunities.
you know very well that the 4 they've won all could have gone the other way.
This feels like you
and
at the
2
golf
of them
course.
probably should have.
You're giving yourself chance after chance, and you're 3-putting and 4-putting every hole.
Yeah,
and it's demoralizing.
And I like this. It's a good text, 253. Righty, lefty, Salk, it doesn't matter. Listen to the names you're talking about. Rivas, Canzone, Rowdy, Master Boney. You're right. That's a good point.
Yep.
But I'll go on. Like, I'm not. You're right, 100%. But if you're going to have those names, at least get the most out of them.
And just try to put them in a position
exactly
for them to have some success.
You can find ways to win
Stone
with guys like
Forsythe
that.
in a one-on-one,
Right.
so he can have 36 pressures. So in 4 games, he still led the league in pressures allowed. 10 games in, and he hadn't played for 6 weeks. Right? Just
And the
trying to
Leo
give
and
your
the
guys-
and the Robles problem's not going away. Right? I mean, that's going to be at least 3 months and maybe
I
all
think
year.
I think what this like big picture before Blue 88, a lot of football for the next hour and 15 minutes. I think kind of what this illustrates is a little bit of what I said to you yesterday. Oh man, you get on your phone and you watch the Everett Aqua Sox and you watch the Modesto Nuts and you watch these studs that you've got, right? They're like in high school.
Home
They're not
run
in college
for Laz
yet.
yesterday. Home
right?
run for Celestine yesterday.
Like you're the college, you're the University of Washington, and down in that pipeline in Puyallup, you got Billy Joe Hobart and Tom Gallagher and Steve, Steve Wolf and Joe Kralik, and all these guys are going to come help you, but they're not ready. They're in high school. You can't have them yet.
Right.
But they're really good players.
Yeah.
And these injuries have shown you this chasm, kind of this gap between what is coming and those players that are there and coming.
They're just not ready yet.
They're just not ready.
By the way, you mentioned Everett. I think I'm going to go up there on Saturday night.
You got to go up there.
I'm going to go up there and watch Saint pitch. Just talk to Heather, talk to
What'd
the
you
girls.
say?
Huh?
What did you just say?
I'm going to go up there and watch Saint pitch.
Oh, okay. Say that slower.
Saint pitch? What? What did it sound like?
Kind of sounded like you said the B word.
It did?
Oh, yes.
I wouldn't do that.
No, for
That's
sure.
not like me. No, I want to watch this amphibious pitcher, Brock, just for you. And I'm
Laura,
going to bring
can
the
you-
kids to watch it as well.
Can you pull that up so we can have some fun?
Please do not. How dare you?
No, I
both.
want to hear.
Would you be quiet and just answer some football questions?
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
All right, Brock, we're going to talk about value and
But
drafting.
hold on one second. Was that not a worthy analogy?
Yes.
Like these injuries have exacerbated it
Yes.
with both George Kirby and Robles. Like, yeah, you were on a very, very thin margin.
And a lot of teams are too. You're not
Yes,
alone
they
in
are.
that.
You
What
asked
did
Passan
Passan
that
say yesterday?
yesterday.
Maybe
Yep.
6 teams can deal with it.
Correct.
But, I mean,
You're having to deal with it.
you're having to deal with it. And you kind of felt like it might be coming this year after the health you had last year. Anyway, Brock, as we get ready for the draft, 2 weeks
Yep.
from tomorrow, what will be the most overdrafted position?
Offensive tackle. And we're going to get into this in greater length tomorrow. And is it Matt Miller tomorrow? Man, just
Matt Miller tomorrow.
Whew. DJ today, Matt Miller tomorrow. The draft 2 weeks away. And you were so sweet to send some next-level numbers and stats.
We'll
and
go
all
through
these
those at 9:30.
So I couldn't even read any of them.
That's because you're colorblind.
I know.
Did I tell you, by the way?
Did you think for a second, like, you know what, I'm going to send this graph over, and this is going to be really great because it might as well be in Japanese because Brock is going to have no chance to differentiate. Is this tan? Is this orange? Is this blue? Is this purple?
Did I tell you that I told you we're having this little gutter issue, and the guys from Riverside are coming out today to take a look at it. Don't worry.
Okay.
But we're having a little gutter issue, and it's led to a smell kind of emanating from the gutter by the porch.
All right.
So you were over the other day, and Heather's like, this is going to be terrible. Like, Brock's going to smell it. I was like, no, he's not. He's got no sense of smell.
No sense of smell.
She's like, oh, right. We're fine.
Yeah. He's basically Helen Keller. Like, he's got no sense of smell. He's colorblind as can be. I tried to send him these next-level graphs, but the bottom line, I could read at least this, and I could assume that was offensive tackles. The team, Salk, are putting, as we've talked about, this difference, and Daniel Jeremiah put that to bed last week, the difference between best available and biggest need and how teams actually blend those things together. And this is a draft that's got a lot of tackles. First-round tackles, second-round tackles, third-round tackles, fourth-round tackles. You may draft a tackle. In fact, next week you're going to hear me talk about a tackle that you could slide in to play offensive guard as well, as teams are doing that around the NFL and finding some success. If you're a tackle and you can walk and you can chew gum, you got a chance to be drafted in 2 weeks.
All right, question number 2. All right, how about nose tackles, right? You don't see a ton of the old school nose tackles anymore.
This is good.
If you want to replace a nose tackle, because Jonathan Hankins probably moving on, right?
Yeah.
Who you want?
Signing him back.
Is there a real nose tackle in the draft?
Yeah, there is. About 6'2".
Yeah.
About 340 pounds.
Yeah.
He is
Who
large
is it?
and in charge. He's the dancing bear. He's the round mound of rebound. He is nicknamed DoorDash because they had to check his DoorDash account to see what was going on each and every night. That would be Jamari Caldwell, nose tackle out of Oregon. Grew up in South Carolina. Papa was a defensive lineman at South Carolina. Went kind of the circuitous route. First junior college shut down during COVID, went to Independence Junior College, went to University of Houston, went to Eugene, Oregon, those last 2 stops for a year apiece. And he is just a massive guy that can move a bit and showed that last year. They loved him. You know, just kind of one of those guys, like a Hankins, like a Snacks, those big guys that we love. And he's got a bunch of that. 3rd, 4th round. Ask DJ about him. DJ likes him too. He would be that kind of guy to fill that kind of role for this kind of scheme on those occasions.
You're just looking at pictures at him. I'm in.
Oh, he's a big boy now.
He's a big boy now.
He's a big boy.
Where do you draft him? 5th round?
3rd, 4th. Yeah, probably.
4th round?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Uh-huh.
Man, you like a lot of Ducks this year.
Next.
That number 90 barely fits on him. I like it. That looks good.
10, I didn't.
Question number 3.
10, but you no, whoa, belted.
Was that
Who just hit a home
was
run?
That Castellanos?
What was that?
What's going on?
Was it that happened last night?
And there's a drive by Castellanos. Stop that, Rick. Brock, question number 3. Not a lot of great quarterbacks, so what's the impact of that?
What is going on back there,
know.
Lyle?
There we
thank you.
go. Thank you.
I got it.
Lyle was up late last night.
Yeah.
Bless his heart.
Lyle couldn't sleep after that one.
What is going on in this draft? Why aren't there any trades? DJ, are we going to get a pre-draft trade? Can I see something? Adam Schefter, I think, shedding some light. I'll add one more reason for this, but this was Adam Schefter. What he pointed to is why we have not seen much activity leading up to this draft.
We haven't seen this much inactivity of first-round draft picks in 32 years. And I think that that's a function of the quarterbacks in this draft and teams not desiring to trade up to get them right now. That could certainly change on draft night and draft weekend. I'm sure the Browns and Giants would have interest in going up to 1. It doesn't sound like that's going to happen, barring some huge can't-turn-down offer from one of those teams to the Titans. And right now, it's tracking for the Titans to stay right at 1.
I'll add this component as well, Salk, and we've heard this, and Adam knows this, and Matt Miller will say the same thing that DJ has said, that Mike Mayock has said, they've all said, that the grade of that player between player 15 and player 50 is minimal, very minimal. And I think that is because we are starting to see finally these COVID years wash out. We are starting to finally see these 5th and 6th year and 7th and 8th and yes, even a 9th year player finally kind of flush through the system. And because of that, you've got a lot of grown men. You've got a lot of 23, 24, 25-year-olds that have played a lot of ball, right? And you know what they are. They're meat and potatoes. It's top sirloin and some good potatoes, and I'm going to eat a great meal, and I'm going to find some starters. I think it was DJ yesterday I saw on a podcast. Your goal coming out of this draft is 3 or 4 starters. You should, if you've got enough picks, find 3 or 4 starters in this draft. So you're not seeing teams go, oh my gosh, I got to go get that filet. I got to go get that. Nope. I got some meat and potatoes on a draft that is full of a lot of grown-ups. That makes sense?
Sure does. That is today's Blue 88. Good stuff, as always.
Poor Lyle. If this continues, I'm really worried about Lyle.
Somebody's texting. There's a D lineman at Florida named Desmond Watson.
Don't even look him up, Salk.
460 pounds? That's not right.
He's 465
No,
pounds.
he's not.
And he still jumped like higher than any of you yokels did at the media combine.
Is he in this
2017. Oh, yes, he's in this draft.
Where's he going to go? Oh, my gosh.
Yes, he's 465.
It says 460, 6'6", 460.
He is.
Come on.
Gigantic.
Can he play?
A little.
What do you mean a little?
Well, like 2 or 3 snaps, you know. And now maybe some of the tempo's a little harder in college, so maybe he could play 4 or 5 snaps.
Can you get him down to like 400?
No, Salk, you can't.
You can't get him down to 400?
Well, maybe your buddy can.
I mean, seriously, like, could we get him in touch with Coogan and get him down to just 400? You don't need to get him down to 350. I don't need to see him lose 100 pounds, but get down to 400?
Gigantic.
He's huge.
Yes.
I'm in love. And I love that he's wearing number 21. Is that a real? He wears number 21 like
So
he's
are you
Deion
telling me-
Sanders?
Are you telling me, Salk, if he came in for one of these top 30 visits, and I don't know if he is or not.
It'd be like
and
when
you
Pete
picked him
put that
up-
other guy on the Pete put that guy on the freight scale.
Yeah, this guy make him look small, and he'd make Fluker look small. And if you picked him up and said, you know what, we're going to do a little experiment. I'm not playing in this men's hockey club. I'm going to put you in skates. I'm going to put you in goal. This is the guy right here,
No.
6'6", 465.
Stop it.
And you couldn't score on him. He'd eat up
Tell you
every
what,
surface area
I bet
of
you
any
Utah
shot
can
coming
put
at
up
him.
7 goals on him the way they did last night against the Kraken. We'll come right back as Brock's got another draft profile for us. Hopefully somebody who weighs less than 460. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The Cal Raleigh Show.
Belted way out of here to right field. Holy smokes.
Every Thursday with Shannon Dreyer on Wyman and Bob.
Seattle has been nothing but good to me. I would love nothing more to play for one team my whole career.
Listen live on the Seattle Sports app or find the video on YouTube.
Cal Raleigh with a walk-off home run.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners.
47,000 fans are going crazy.
May arise from hiring a contractor. Bob Stelton here, and I love their slogan. You're either hiring an asset or you're hiring a liability. Now, I've been there, and you probably have too. Hiring a contractor that showed up late, delivered shoddy work, or went over budget. Asset Roofing is the opposite of a bad contractor. Their business model is to deliver honest and transparent solutions, becoming a valuable asset for both clients and their communities. Now, I experienced it firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and then again when I had him do work on my roof. Now, these guys are the best in the business, and I highly recommend Asset Roofing to local homeowners. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing. Ask them about their specialty, metal roofs. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Here it comes, the second huge online equipment auction of the year. Produced by the James G. Murphy Company. Bidding starts at 10 a.m. Thursday, April 10th and closes at 10 a.m. Wednesday the 17th. Over 800 items are on the block, including heavy equipment, trucks, and logging gear, including a 2016 Link Belt 210 XT TLN log loader, a 2014 CAT 320 DFM log loader, and a 2014 Komatsu 931.1 forwarder. If you're looking for construction equipment, we got 16 excavators, 5 wheel loaders, 4 backhoes, and 2 pavers. Plus, there's a great selection of 12 late model dump trucks, including 5 Peterbilt 367s from model year 2013 to 2020. Check out all this gear in person during inspection days, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tuesday the 15th and Wednesday, April 16th at our Marysville location. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday. For pictures and all details, check out murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, dream engagement rings are our specialty. We have the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds, hand-picked in every price range, ready to compare side by side. Shop online at shaneco.com or in store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Rick Riz here for the Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington's Improve Your Play program. Many of our local youth sports teams need help with field enhancements, training, and equipment. Local Pella owners Keith Dashafy and Luke Wilson are stepping up to donate $5,000 to 2 deserving teams. We need your help finding them. Head to seattlesports.com/play to nominate a deserving team in need. Let's help our local youth improve their play this year with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Contest and rules at seattlesports.com/play.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to do you a minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Daniel Jeremiah coming up in 30 minutes from now. Here's your 30-minute warning for DJ. Got a lot of questions for DJ. I spent some time thinking about stuff for DJ, and I'm excited. Yeah, I got some stuff that I'm excited to talk about with him. And I will say, yeah, reading through this, did you end up reading the article or just looking at that chart? The article is pretty dense.
Once I couldn't read the chart, I was like, I'm out.
Okay, the article is very dense, but it was interesting, and it kind of gave a different look at how to look through the draft. So we'll talk about it a little bit more in detail later. But Daniel Jeremiah in 30. Right now, we're on to number 8, Brock's Profiles.
The Seattle Seahawks select.
This is Brock Hewards Draft Profile.
You want traits? Check. You want a vocal leader? Check.
At the end of the day, you have to say, okay, what's best for the organization? Can you make people around you better? And can you bring people together?
Every day leading up to the draft.
Yes, and yes on those 4 checks right there when it comes to Alabama linebacker, edge rusher, Jihad Campbell. I was really torn on this one, and I got 2 guys, and one of them's in on a top 30 visit. announced yesterday and might be in that facility today or was yesterday, and that's Georgia defensive end Mykel Williams. These two guys are very, very similar. I'll just say this quickly about Mykel. He was a 5-star, freak show, chatted with Cole Kublik and Matt Stinchcomb, my buddies down there, that know line play and know the SEC, and both said about Mykel just like, oh my gosh, body by NFL, like just Calais Campbell, like just a massive guy who's got huge upside. But the engine didn't always rev. The injury bug was real. I'm out. I'm just out on that. Jihad Campbell, very similar deal as far as body by like Jake, body by muscle, body by like 5-star New Jersey, everything, like 6'3", 235 at the combine, 32.5-inch arms, 10.5-inch hands, just a massive, massive athlete. And went from high school up in there in New Jersey to down to IMG Academy, Salk in Florida, to kind of even train and equip and build yourself up that much more to be a 5-star, wanted by everybody in America, ultimately settled on Nick Saban in Alabama, and then obviously change came to Alabama during his time there. But his playmaking, and especially last year, did not. What you hear about him and why I'm intrigued here, and why I put him number 8. Possibility he's there at 18. There's a real possibility. Because he's one of these, in a good way, positionless players, and in a bad way, positionless players. Like, what are you? I think that there's guys like that are appealing and appetizing to this D coordinator and head coach. Right? I get a Kyle Hamilton that I can put here and here and here. I got a Devin Witherspoon that I can put here and here and here. I got this guy that's 6'3", 235, runs 4'5", 1'5", 310, jumps out of the gym, and has done a little bit of everything in his career. I like that. And that Swiss Army knife, this was Campbell himself talking about his game, his play at the combine, and what he brings to the field. I think Mora's got that cut.
Oh, sorry.
I feel as though I'm Mr. Can Do It All. I'm a Swiss Army knife, as I can say. I could boost to the A-gap. I could come off the edge. I could play middle runner, tempo 2. I could drop, strong hook curl, match, whatever you want me to do. I could play man-to-man on the receiver, tight end, running back, anything.
Texted his head coach yesterday. Didn't see Alabama this year. One of the challenges, Salk, of some of these profiles is I don't get down in SEC country. Certainly during the season, I could see some crossover and do certainly through the month of September. But I didn't get to see this guy in person, and that's where I lean into people that I really do trust. I can look at the numbers. I just spouted out all the numbers. I can look at his 13 starts last year, 117 tackles, 11.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, a pick. It is a stat-stuffing machine. The question and the critique, and when we ask DJ about him in 20 minutes, is going to be that I word. Be that I word that I don't necessarily love, that we heard about Boye Mafe a couple years ago, right? Who was similarly like 6'3", 250, run, jump. But what are your instincts when you're playing Will, when you're playing Sam, when you're playing Mike, when you're playing nickel edge pressure? Like, are you playing all those spots because we're just trying to put you in a position for success? Or do you have such a feel for the game that doesn't matter where you are, you're going to be a stat stuffer? He was a stat stuffer. So I asked Kalen yesterday, I don't know, I didn't get to see you guys this year. Tell me about Campbell. Awesome in all capital letters, exclamation points. Amazing personality. Loved by everyone. Humble. No job too big or too small. His smile is infectious. He is a culture guy, 1,000%. So, Kalen obviously is going to talk up his guys. He loves Tyler Booker as well. But, when you're kind of put in that camp, when people talk to you about you like they did Will Anderson or these guys, like, yeah, man, this is what you want. Alabama, Nick Saban done an amazing job, Salk, of turning out a lot of pros. Because you know what a lot of guys that come out of Titletown and Tuscaloosa have? They've cut off entitlement. I'm a 5-star, I'm a 5-star, I'm a 5-star, I'm a 4-star, I got paid, I'm a 4-star, I deserve this. No, you earn everything. You create your own value. That was implanted for 2 years with Nick. It was lit on fire this year with Kalen. He's a 3 years and out, big time talent that is just maybe just enough of a Swiss Army knife to carve through some of the NFL offenses that Mike McDonald's got to do.
That's an interesting one, Brock. Thanks for a great profile. He seems like a really good player, a really good guy, and a good player to have on your team, and probably not the player they should be drafting this year.
At 18.
Yeah, if you were in a little bit different position, like if you were a team that...
If this were next year, and in this draft you added a guard, and you added a D-tackle, and you just fortified that line of scrimmage that much more, that 12 months from now, that's exactly why I've just really struggled. There's like 2 or 3 guys that I've kind of struggled to put in this little sweet spot of a position where the talent is that good, but is the fit. Not like need, not like best player available, just pure FIT for this roster.
He feels like a guy you draft when you're a playoff team to kind of like put you over the top. Like, all right, look, we got a lot is already full, but we'll find room for this guy if he gets his way onto the field and everyone else can make up for it. Like, he feels like that kind of guy,
He's
just
a guy
the way
that
you're describing him.
Like he'd go to Green Bay or he'd go to Baltimore and he'd just be an absolute thumper for the next 3 years, and you'd watch him and go, where did that guy go? When was he? Was he drafted? Yeah, because he's just that physically gifted.
But it feels like it'd be a tough fit for them right now.
Yeah.
Right now. Not forever, but right now. So thank you.
Four
That's a good
dudes,
one.
4 dudes on the edge that you've committed to, right? And Nwosu and DeMarcus Lawrence. But maybe you look at him and go, you know what? A year from now, when we're done with DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, I mean, I do think he's going to be a stud outside, guy.
Yes.
But isn't he kind of better than the inside right now?
Not really, not necessarily. He's kind of everything. Kind of
All right.
Sam, kind of Mike, kind of Will, kind of edge, kind of nickel rusher, kind of.
Well, hopefully it leaves him in between, because I think that's our favorite word for just about everything in sports. For everything, including today. All right, DJ, we can talk more with him about the draft coming up in 20 minutes after everything you need to know. Next, it's Brock and Salk. Thanks for being with us this morning on Seattle Sports on 710 and 97.3 Cairo News Radio HD2.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
The idea that there is no middle class of quarterbacks anymore. Is there one this year?
Every day at 7:45.
No second rounders. It's not a thing anymore because of the advantage of that rookie contract and having him for 5 years. Many have reached into that first round and take those guys. I do think it's going to be a little different this year. I would not mind seeing them take a middle round quarterback to push Sam Howell.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Hey, Brock Heward here, and I've had a few sports injuries through the years. In fact, our football team here in town for the next couple weeks, you know what they are really heavy on? They're really heavy on studying the medicals of the talents that they may or may not draft and project them out, and how much pain have they been through, how much injury and hurt have they been through. But you don't have to play college or pro sports to know what I'm talking about. I know many of you on this Wednesday morning, you wake up with painful joints from arthritis, make it hard to get out of bed, make it hard to walk up and down those stairs. Well, that is where my buddy, Dr. Daniel Nelson, is just a phone call away. Over there at Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine in Kirkland, 425-823-4000. You see, with Dr. Dan, he has seen everything. So many patients suffering from chronic joint pain because this has been his game. This has been his business. Many have jumped aboard lately, but not Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience. Yeah, over 3 decades of experience in pain medicine techniques. So no matter what walks through the door, he's got the tools to help you, yes, including stem cell therapy. So give him a call this morning at 425-823-4000, 425-823-4000, or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. Get rid of that pain. Get back your quality of life. DanielNelsonMD.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through April 20th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Have you considered surgery or even joint replacement? Hey, it's Dave Wyman, and before you make that decision, see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Why? Because he gives it to you straight. Dr. Wagner said my right knee needs replacement, and I appreciate his honesty and expertise. My left knee is fine right now, but the minute it isn't, I'm heading to Dr. Wagner for his expert opinion. I want to avoid another surgery, and I've heard so many patients rave about results from their 90-minute outpatient stem cell procedure with Dr. Wagner. He's a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience and has performed more than 20,000 stem cell procedures using a person's own stem cells to regenerate cartilage in their own joints. People with severe osteoarthritis, even bone on bone, are back doing what they enjoy without pain and without surgery. Whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Go to drmarkwagnermd.com.
Collectors, Front Row Car Show is returning to Tacoma. Join us at the Greater Tacoma Convention Center on April 12th and 13th. Baseball, football, basketball, and hockey cards, plus collectibles such as Pokemon, Marvel, Star Wars, and comic books. SGC, CGC, and JSA will be there. So bring your cards, comics, and autographs to sell, trade, or get them graded. Hundreds of bidders, thousands of dollars in free prizes. Don't miss it. Front Row Card Show, Greater Tacoma Convention Center, Saturday and Sunday, April 12th and 13th, 11 to 5. For more info, go to FrontRowCardShow.com. That's FrontRowCardShow.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
I feel like we should have some sort of warning alarm before Need to Know today. Like, warning. None of these stories are particularly optimistic, exciting, fun. It's just not one of those days, unfortunately. And it starts with just a brutal loss last night for the Mariners. They had an opportunity. In fact, they had a lot of them. They had 19 opportunities to drive in a runner who was on base. They failed in 18 of those 19, which is really hard to say. And unfortunately, that included 3 innings in a row where you started with a ghost runner on second. They couldn't drive in any of them. Ultimately, Caratini made him pay in the 12th.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on, hard hit, left side through, base hit. The Astros have taken the lead. Rogers will score from third. Caratini RBI single. It is now 2-1 Astros in the 12th.
Yeah, and, you know, again, the only reason they were in that position were some really spectacular defensive plays made by Dylan Moore, made by Ryan Bliss. Mm-hmm. And both guys deserve a ton of credit for getting the team into that spot. But it was starting to feel inevitable because you just weren't able to do anything offensively.
Yeah, and unlike some of the years past, Salk, you do actually have some guys that can steal bases. Mm-hmm. And you've certainly given a green light. And for Mitch Garver, third steal in the entirety of his baseball career, where they're not going to pay no attention to you, go get that bag. Go put yourself in position. And that was, man, that is what is so challenging about last night. That one got me, man. My emotions were up yesterday watching that because time after time after time after time, you gave yourself a chance, and you didn't even need to get a hit. Just put the ball in play. Just put the ball up in the outfield. Just a sac fly is going to win this game here, and it's going to win it there, and it's going to put you ahead here, and it's going to put you ahead there. And 19 strikeouts later, they could hardly even put the ball in play last night.
Yeah, you even got some of those productive outs, moving runners, et cetera, but it just wasn't enough because you couldn't come up with the hit, or as you said, even the sac fly you needed. Real tough. Mariners fall to 4-8. They get a chance to win their first series of the year with a win today, series finale, but it's not going to be easy. You're going to start Luis F. Castillo at 110 against Hunter Brown. And
Hunter kind of had your number last year.
He has, yeah. I know. Well,
your bullpen is taxed and gassed. And
yeah, there's a
you're up against it today to try to find a way to win your first series of the season.
Dig deep, boys. Dig deep, because that's what today's going to take.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Well, we'll start here with, unfortunately, Victor Robles. I got an update on him. It's not good. He's going to miss at least 12 weeks. So 3 months. You're at best case scenario going to see him after the All-Star break. It is a fracture in the shoulder, which was dislocated.
Yeah.
You said yesterday that dislocated shoulder really hurts, right?
Separated shoulder.
Really
hurts. Dislocated shoulder, guys can have that and it can pop back in place and they can go play. But unfortunately, when that happened, it fractured the bone in there and that really hurts.
That sounds like it would be off the charts painful, and explains why he needed the cart, why he was holding his arm up with his other arm so that the shoulder wouldn't move. I mean, that just sounds ridiculous. Poor guy. I do feel legit bad for him, and especially the way it happened, doing the right thing, going hard, playing 100 miles an hour, 110%, whatever cliche you want. Robles was doing all of those things and made a sparkling play in right field, only to have it, kill half a season at least, and maybe the whole season. That's not right, man. That's crappy.
You outside your catastrophic hand injury, you ever break any bone, fracture,
I've
ribs?
never broken any other bone other than all the bones in my hand.
Really? Outside of that injury?
Outside of that injury, I've never. I mean, maybe a toe. I don't think that counts, right? People break toes all the time.
Sure.
I don't think I've ever broken another bone.
Wow.
No.
You are durable.
I'm very. Yes, that must be it. Yeah. I also, not like Justin, I wasn't like jumping off of bridges and stuff.
No,
I was somewhat risk averse, especially after I broke every bone
You're
in
not
my
doing
hand.
parkour like Lyle at 2 a.m. with TJ in Pike Place?
No, I don't do that. Not a big parkour guy.
Parkour. What is that?
It's people that like run up buildings and flip over buildings. And
you know what parkour is?
I know what parkour is. I don't know where Brock pulled that idea out there from.
Picture you and TJ 2 in the morning, Pike Place, Marine
like
Layer.
the image.
Let's make it happen.
It's going to be a bummer. Dan Wilson talks about everything Robles brings to the table.
And then you talk about what he brings energy-wise and spirit-wise, really, in the clubhouse and among his teammates. And that's another area that he's just outstanding. And having him around is tremendous. That's a tremendous lift. Keeps guys loose. So, it's always a tough situation when somebody gets hurt. And we will certainly miss some of that. But hopefully he'll be around as much as possible, and we'll still get some of the clubhouse stuff from Vic. We're going to have to figure out what we're going to do, and it's going to be a hole out there that we're going to miss, but we'll plug a hole and keep moving on.
Unfortunately, the ways to plug the hole are challenging, right? You lose a right-handed bat with speed. And yes, you can put Rayleigh out there, but he can't really hit lefties. You can put Masterboni out there, but he's not really an outfielder and not a big hitter. He's more of a utility guy, supposed to be the 26th man on the team. You can put Canzone out there. He can't hit lefties and hasn't really hit righties all that well in his career. So just unfortunately, it is, of all the people they could lose, it's one of the more damaging for them. Brock agrees.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I should have also mentioned in there, Jorge Polanco did not play at all, even with all the pinch hitting opportunities yesterday. That's 6 of the last 8. He's been unable to go in. 3 of those, of course, were because he was in paternity leave. But then he's come back, and he's missed 3 of the 5 games since he's returned.
And was it yesterday we heard maybe the side?
Yeah. But coming after a night where he stole a bag, came up with the winning hit at the end of the game, I mean, I don't know. It was surprising. I just don't know yet whether he'll be in the lineup today We'll see. Kraken, just total mess. They lose in Utah 7-1.
Wow.
They did not play well
Do you
at
have
all.
anything uplifting for me?
Anything
at all?
And the last thing was about, this unfortunate incident in the Dominican Republic.
It's just awful.
44 people killed when a roof of a nightclub collapsed, and Octavio Dotel and Tony Blanco, two former major leaguers, were both in there as well, as was Nelson Cruz's sister. So
catastrophic.
Apparently, the Nuggets fired their coach 3 days before the playoffs start.
Yeah, you have to go back to Hubie Brown in 1980 for this kind of firing, Salk. It's been a long time. Only 3 games to go.
It turns out it was not George Karl.
No, not George.
That was the last Nuggets coach I could name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the last Nuggets coach? George Karl.
Yep.
How many coaches do you think they've had since then?
That's a good question. Malone's been there 8 or 9 years. When he was coach, brought him an NBA title 2 years ago. Yeah.
I swear to you, and I'm not trying to I've never heard that name before yesterday.
Mike Malone, really?
Never heard his name one time
Mike
before
Malone
yesterday.
is their third coach since George Karl. They had
Who were the other two?
They had Brian Shaw for 2 years,
Oh.
and Melvin Hunt, I think, was an interim.
Don't remember him.
Wait, Brian Shaw, the old Celtics point guard?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wow.
I thought you meant Brian Shaw, the old reliever, for a minute.
That would have been impressive. All right, that's everything you need
Can I
to
give you
know.
some good news? Get the
Please,
parts-
whatever. Yes, I'll take any good news you have.
You get to go home today. You get to cuddle up downstairs in the basement. You got the little par 3 tournament.
I know. That is nice. Yeah, you know what? We should put that into Need to Know. Part 3 is today. Master starts tomorrow.
I also just informed you of a new delicious ice cream sandwich.
That was nice of you. I appreciate that.
Hershey's
Yeah.
S'mores Campfire Edition.
Yeah.
What is your guy's name? Brandel Chambly?
I love Brandel Chambly.
Did you hear him yesterday? I almost had it for a trash take. I'm like, well, it's not really a trash take.
I love Brandel.
But this may not surprise you, but Augusta has, for their commentators, there's a reason their words are at a minimum. There's a lot of things you don't say. You don't say
I've seen that.
the backside,
Right,
Or
the back nine.
Yeah, you don't say any. Like they've got a real formality.
They're not the fans, they're the patrons.
That's exactly right. Yep. Kind of like the University of Virginia is not a campus; they're the grounds.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I love Brandel, man. Anything Brandel has to say, I've said this.
That's
before.
why I didn't. Yeah,
I think
have it
Brandel
trash
Chambly is the single best analyst commentator in any sport right now. I think he's number one. If you had to add, who is the best? In fact, I would love to get Brandel on this show someday because I just think he is awesome. Everything he says, I'm willing to listen to. I think he's number one at his job. All right. Speaking of which, Daniel Jeremiah, is he the top draft analyst? He's one of 2 or 3 on the show this week, but he joins us next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Mike Greenberg, kind enough to join us.
Do I believe in Sam Darnold? Yes. Do I believe that he will duplicate what he did a year ago? I'm not so sure. He definitely has the talent. He is turnover prone. It is not realistic to think that's going to get coached out of him. But I think he is more than good enough to win with.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
From groceries to home prices, the cost of living in Washington state keeps going up. Now, Olympia politicians are proposing the largest tax increases in state history. Don't be fooled. If taxes go up, we'll all pay even more. Washington needs lower costs, not higher taxes. Tell the politicians no by visiting www.affordablewashington.org. Paid for by the people for an affordable Washington. Top 5 contributors are Washington Alliance for a Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Amazon.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. The weather is warming. The sports are moving outdoors, Shannon. Maybe time to take care of that lawn and pull the old lawnmower out. Is it a time where you get a little busier as the weather warms?
Oh, absolutely, Brock. What we know, particularly in the Puget Sound, we have these cold, wet winters. The weather changes, the sun comes out, and everybody wants to rush outside and do things. And I'm telling you, that's great, but you got to take time, listen to your body. You got to prepare your body for those activities. You don't want to go too fast, too soon. So warm up, stretch, make sure you have flexibility, a little bit of conditioning, because if you're conditioned and ready and prepared, those activities outside are going to be so much funner, if that makes sense. You're an athlete yourself, Brock. You know how important warming up is.
No, I like funner. I think they would tell you more fun, but I kind of like funner, and that's exactly what IRG is. For more info or to book your appointment today, simply go to irgpt.com. Remember, that's irgpt.com.
At Cressy Door, we have the perfect garage door for you. Come visit our brand new garage door and fireplace showroom and let our experts help you find the perfect garage door. Cressy Door.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $3,500 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Direct from San Diego, it is draft analyst and just all-around football expert, Daniel Jeremiah. I keep getting confused every time. The problem is the video. It gets me every time. I keep thinking it's going to be Justin Thomas, and then it's DJ, and he's right here. Good morning, DJ. How we doing?
I don't know. You said expert. I thought, oh, crap, I got in the wrong time. I guess I messed up my times this morning.
Again?
Yeah. Can I give you what I'm doing right now, by the way? What this looks like this time of year? Because nobody wants to hear this, and it'll bore everybody, but I have a captive audience, so I'm going to tell you guys. This is what is affectionately known as chasing ghost season for scouts and for what I do. So, this morning, I am just scouring, type in pro day in Twitter, and I just see okay, this reporter said, oh, this team had this player in for a visit, or this player ran fast as pro day. So then I have the APT sheets, which is a file, which is every pro day, all the results. It's the same thing all the teams get. So I'll cross-check the name. I'll go to that sheet, see if they actually did have a good workout, and then, okay, now he gets added to the Excel sheet. And then you look and see, does he have any numbers or any stats? And then you go through what is an unbelievable gong show speed dating exercise of tape, where it is 15 plays, thumbs up or thumbs down, and we move on to the next one. It is literally chasing ghosts.
And you think that's going on not just in Daniel Jeremiah's office, but around 32 franchises?
I've had multiple times during this time of the year since I've been in this job where I've talked to a GM, two of them off the top of my head who are still on these teams, and I've called and said, hey, this is a little bit of a wild goose chase, but this kid, he ran well at his pro day. He had some sack production. I found out he was hurt, but just put him on. And so the GM did not know who he was. And then twice off the top of my head, I was on the draft when those teams took those players in the 6th round. So they have, this is what happens. You get there towards the end of the draft and you're like, well, this guy's like a defensive tackle. He's 6'4", 298, and he ran 4.8 flat. Shoot, why not roll the dice on him versus somebody else we know can't play.
You know what that feels like, Brock? Do you remember the name years and years ago? It was one of John's first years. Do you remember the name Jamison Konz? Konz.
Yes.
Right? I mean, he was some freak show athlete who could play 9 positions, jumped, I think, over a table. He just had crazy numbers. He turned out he couldn't really play, but they took a flyer on him in the 7th round.
About the play part of it, the athleticism part of it, yes. The play part of it was a little bit of a fringe player, but yes.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, it turns out he couldn't play.
That's what that part of the draft is, though. A gamble on greatness, man. You want to get somebody that you know has played a lot, but can't play. I'd rather take a shot on somebody I don't know.
How important is scheme for especially interior offensive linemen?
Well, I think, I think every good team, and you'll hear this every time a coach gets hired nowadays, right? When was the last time that somebody got hired and stood at the podium and said, we're going to have a singular scheme? We don't want to be multiple. We want to be very singular. We're going to be very narrow. We're going to do 2 things, and that's it.
Been a little while.
Yeah. I mean, so I think when you look around the league, I think sometimes we can get fall in the trap of saying this is just purely a zone team, or this is a gap scheme, or this is a mauling team, this is a moving team. I think the best teams, Kyle and Sean McVay are good examples of that. Look at how their run games have kind of changed and morphed over the last several years. So I don't know that it's quite as much as it was back in the Alex Gibbs Denver Broncos days, where we know exactly what that offensive line looks like.
Okay, so then as you're thinking about this Seahawks offensive line, I'm not done talking about it, unfortunately. I wish I was. Are you looking for what will make the best guard? A guard or a tackle that doesn't have all of the qualities, especially arm length, to play tackle?
I have not talked to an offensive line coach that would disagree with the fact that they all want 5 tackles starting on the offensive line. 5 guys that have that type of movement, and then hopefully you get the guys that you kick inside can play with a little leverage and can move people, but they want to have that tackle athleticism because you're still going to get isolated in pass protection. We can get carried away with how these guys move people in the run game, but if you can't slide, mirror, and anchor in pass protection, it doesn't matter. So that to me is always kind of what you look for, but I also think that teams have become obsessed, and rightfully so, with the firmness of the pocket on the interior. So to me, it's you start there. If you can't anchor, you can't play on the interior.
Last week, I really appreciated you as you started going into the detail of grades. Salk fell asleep. He was not real excited to hear about the minutiae.
Yeah, I heard him snore, actually, for a minute there.
Yeah, the difference between the grading scale up to an 8.0 versus the rounds. He's a 115. He's middle of the round. What do you end up doing? If I were to see your sheet there on the NFL Network set 2 weeks from tomorrow, what does Daniel Jeremiah have in front of him?
Yeah, I use the the player and the starter backup role player. I use that. That was what I grew up on.
That's what you grew up on.
That's what I grew up on. So when I talk to guys that that I've worked with over the years. Joe Ortiz being one of them, who's the Chargers general manager. Ian Cunningham, who's assistant general manager of the Bears. Andy Weidel is assistant GM of the Steelers. Joe Douglas, who had just had been with the Jets. All these guys, I could call them, and we've done this, and we've done it for close to 30 years, and be like, hey, what's going on? I just got back from lunch. How was it? That was a 6-7 soup. And just like, okay, I know exactly what that is. I know exactly what that is. That's just how we communicated. My buddy's single now, and he's dating someone. How is it? She's a 59. Okay, all right, I know exactly what that means.
How different?
You're like the baseball scouts with the 80-20 scale. It's kind of the same thing, right? Everything they do is on the 80-20 scale.
And I talk to those guys all the time. You guys know how much I love baseball, and I talk to guys in that world, and it was funny because all along those lines, I was talking to a baseball GM, and I said, what interesting thing about this quarterback class is it's not the best quarterback group. And I said, the only player that I think has 180 trait is, I would say, Jalen Milroe he's an 80 runner. Like, that would be the one guy who has an 80 trait. So I can speak multiple languages here. Sure. I don't have to just be pinned into just the football.
Well, it's nice to know that you're talking to AJ Preller. I don't know what other baseball GMs you'd be out there chatting with.
I've talked to some other guys, but I have not in a while. So that was AJ Preller.
Yeah, I had a little gut feeling it might have been.
Yeah.
By the way, I asked you that question because I'm really curious about this class. The difference, because I've heard the difference between draft pick 15 and draft pick 50 and 55 and 60. And I mean, how significant a swing in draft from your grade is your 15th guy to your 50th guy?
Not much. There's very little. It's interesting to me when you look at it. I tweeted this out again, and I'm just going to keep beating this drum. It's just, you've got to just think starters in this draft. Starters. I just want to collect 3 or 4 starters, and that's my goal. And I think that's it's very doable in this draft. There's a lot of those guys, and you kind of have the different definitions of that. Like, okay, this guy's gonna, I'm telling you, this guy is going to eventually start. Versus this guy potentially could start. And then you start getting into the conversation of, okay, is this someone who can just like plug the hole in the boat for a couple years, or is this like we can check this position off and not worry about this for the next 6 or 7 years? We're going to be good. And I think there are guys like that. I think there are guys in this draft. You're going to be winning players, as you can call them, and we can plug them in and not worry about that position for a little while.
So it's interesting. That it's a good lead in to this article I sent to Brock, but unfortunately the colors were too similar, and Brock's colorblind, and he couldn't read it.
Don't tell me you're colorblind, DJ.
So he struggled to
My dad is. My dad wore some interesting combinations growing up.
Do you know the name Kevin Cole? I guess he used to work at Pro Football Focus, and now he's got something called Unexpected Points. I was unfamiliar with the name. I think we're gonna try to get him on next week. I just thought he would, I think, describe himself as one of the nerds looking at the draft from that perspective, not a scouting perspective, but a data analytics perspective. And I think that's an interesting way of looking at it. I set that up to sort of give context. But ultimately, he was looking at what he referred to as surplus positional value, essentially how much more money it would cost to get that same player at the same position in free agency or on a second contract.
Yeah.
And it's something that we've talked about, I think, even last week. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll text it to you. It was a really good article. It's dense, I'm not going to lie, but it was good. And he ultimately ended up putting quarterbacks in their own scenario, taking them out of it. He divided all the other positions into essentially 3 tiers. Tier 1 was tackles, D linemen, and edge rushers. Tier 2 was wide receivers and corners. And then everyone else is in Tier 3. Interior linemen, linebackers, tight ends, running backs, safeties, all fell into Tier 3. And when you look at the chart, you see really massive differences in really almost until pick 64 is where everything starts to come back together, where Tier 1 has significantly more value over where they're going to get paid later. Tier 2, significantly more than Tier 3, but like it's right in the middle of the two. And then there's another huge drop down to Tier 3. So you see that, and it really makes you wonder, like, tackles, D linemen, and edge rushers, like, it feels like that's almost a given that in the first or maybe even second round, that's what you should be doing because of how much they cost elsewhere.
Yeah, no, it's a absolutely valid point. The one thing I can tell you, though, is that you just have to be a little bit careful that you don't pass on greatness at one of these other positions. Like, that's my only caveat there, because I remember having a conversation about with a team, stacking a tight end who ended up being an elite tight end versus some receivers. And he said, well, we have a higher grade on the tight end, but the receivers, in terms of what we'd have to pay in the open market and the value of the position and the savings that we're going to have by this selection, we ended up putting the receivers over him. And then in hindsight, looking back on that draft, you had receivers in the next 2 rounds who were very close to the guy that they ended up ranking up there with that tight end. Meanwhile, the gap between that tight end and what he became versus everyone else was pretty drastic.
Yeah.
And he's a great player. So that's the tightrope that you have to walk. By the way, I was looking at this morning. How many receivers in the first 3 rounds on average over the last 5 NFL drafts, how many receivers do you think go in the first 3 rounds?
In the first 3?
First 3 rounds.
Jeez.
12.5.
That sounds about right.
16. We've been averaging 5.6 receivers in the first round. Now, we're not going to get that this year. We don't have those guys this year. But it does, looking at this, I'm convinced second round, we're going to see a run on these wideouts. We're going to see a bunch of them.
So it's interesting. According to this, that would be the 6th most valuable position, according to the surplus value. He went quarterbacks, then, as I said, tackles, D-line, edge, and he said corner was actually significantly more valuable than wide receiver. So that's teams spending a lot of capital for a position that, is valuable, certainly more so than some of the others, but is really more middle of the pack. And I guess this is why I keep coming back to the Seahawks, and I keep beating this drum about linemen or D-linemen even versus wide receivers. Like, if you say that you want to be a team that runs the ball and plays physically and all that, and that those positions tend to be overdrafted, it feels like there's no way you could justify drafting a wide receiver somewhere early in this draft.
Yeah, I don't think that you need to in this draft, and I don't think that there's those guys, like for me, we talk about grading scale, like those 6-7 level receivers for me, which we had a bunch of in last year's draft. I mean, Travis Hunter's in his own category, but outside of that, like I have a bunch of 6'3", 6'2", 6'1s, which are in that lower tier, which to me, again, that's why I think if you want a wide receiver, I think day 2 is a sweet spot for you. Even just wait until the 3rd round. I think you get a good player that can help you in the 3rd round and go bigs. You can go bigs early and not only get impact, but you get value.
So, since I didn't ask you a question there, I just made a statement.
You know what? I'm going to go get a cup of coffee.
Well, I feel bad. I didn't ask a question. I'm just making statements.
Up. No, it's great.
I'm sorry. Oh, jeez.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
great. No, go ahead.
But I wanted names, Brock. I want names. I need names, okay? Since D linemen and edge rushers are always in style, no matter what, give me a list of guys that could be available at 18 or in the 50s where the Seahawks are that would be good picks for the Seahawks this year at those 2 positions, which aren't really of need.
Which ones?
Yeah.
D lineman, interior D lineman and edge rusher.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interior D lineman. You're looking at the combination of 3 guys from the interior D line. You're looking at Derek Harmon from Oregon, Walter Nolan from Ole Miss, and then going big with Kenneth Grant, who obviously they'll have familiarity with coming out of Michigan. So those would be the 3 names that I think are in that mix in the first round. If you want to go into the next round, you go into the 2nd round. You start looking at guys like Darius Alexander from Toledo, who's a little bit of a late bloomer, but is big and long and really an explosive guy. He gets into that mix. TJ Sanders from South Carolina. You get Tyleik Williams from Ohio State. Alfred Collins. Like, there's a pretty good group. I mean, it's a deep group of defensive tackles. So that's going to drift even into the 3rd round. There's good players to be found there at the defensive tackle spot. We go to the edge guys at 18. Sitting there, now you're looking at a whole swath of guys, right? You're looking at the Mike Green, Michael Williams, Izaraku from Boston College. Maybe a little early for him, but he's in that mix for me. Plus, Shamar Stewart, James Pierce. Like, there's a lot of guys. The 2nd round player that I love, and I finally found somebody. I talked to a defensive coordinator a couple days ago. Was the first guy that I talked to that shared my love for Landon Jackson from Arkansas. I think is going to be a really, really good player in the 2nd round. He's an LSU transfer. He's big. He's long. Had a dominant Senior Bowl. Plays really, really hard. and by all accounts a great kid. So it's weird during this time of year. There's always some guys when you're getting feedback and like there's a lot of love for a player that you're like, I'm not quite as high on him. And then maybe you have one or two guys that you really like and you can't find sponsors around the league. So when you connect with a coach or a GM who shares an opinion, it was like at least I'm not taking crazy pills. Somebody else is seeing this.
Don't pass on greatness. That's what I wrote down on my little sheet right here. I think two of the harder guys. So DJ, every day leading up to the draft in this month of April, I do a prospect, and many of mine are guys that I've seen on the road just personally myself. You know, just an affinity for them as a human, affinity for them as a fit. Maybe they're a late rounder like Jay Higgins, the linebacker from Iowa that I just loved, or just some of the different guys. I'm getting now to the point where I know my top 5, and almost all of them are offensive linemen. But today was a tough one for me because I'm trying to pick between Mykel Williams and Jihad Campbell. Two guys that were 5-star freak shows out of high school. Two guys whose bodies you would build with clay and be like, yep, this is exactly the way you build them. But in Campbell, just kind of a 1 year of huge production, and Williams, kind of up and down production and injury at Georgia. Between those two, if either are sitting there at 18, would they fit in that quote-unquote don't pass on greatness?
It's a great question. To me, Campbell would be in that. I would say that. You know, the interesting thing is they're connected a couple different ways because you're buying what they're going to become more than what they are. Correct. And both of them have injuries because Campbell he just had surgery, so you know he's not going to be able to get through any of the off-season stuff either. So you're there is a little bit of hope and wish there. I've seen Campbell make more plays and do more things on the field than I have with Mykel Williams. So I would tend to lean in that direction. And sometimes when you see guys with a similar profile that have had immediate success, Edgerrin Cooper coming out of Texas A&M reminded me a lot of Campbell. He played hell on wheels last year for the Green Bay Packers. So I would lean towards him, especially in, you know, if you're gonna try and build your team ultimately to win a Super Bowl and get out of the NFC, whereas in the AFC you're thinking about talking to all those quarterbacks you got to game plan against. Right now I'm thinking about the Philadelphia Eagles and Saquon Barkley and what they want to do, and I've got a guy in Campbell who can match you up there.
Salk learned today, and I love this about this time of year too, because he'll get in that Google machine and he'll see a name or something. I had mentioned that you and I were tweeting about Jamari Caldwell's maybe a mid-round kind of nose tackle, and told you the story about DoorDash and all that fun stuff. And big dancing bears are always fun. And somebody texted in a name to Salk, and then Salk gets on the Google machine, and he's like, who is this 6'6", 465-pound D tackle from Florida?
Number 18? Where do you take that guy?
Can he play?
Can you do me one? Just promise me you'll do this one thing.
Yes.
And you can film it if you want to. Don't film it. It's fine. I just need a number. But if I text you guys the 3-cone number, can we have Salk do the 3-cone?
I've done a 3-cone.
Oh, he did in 2017.
I've done a 3-cone. You want my 3-cone number? I'll go back and find it while we're talking.
You can get him.
I will find it while we're talking. It was my worst of any of the combine numbers. I was really not great at the 3-cone.
The Seahawks did a combine in 2017 for all media members.
Yep.
Salk surprisingly athletic with his vert and a couple things.
Really?
The shuttle, the
over
cones.
25 on the vert.
All right, so I actually close. Hold on, that's not it. I'm looking. Give me just a moment. I'll pull them up.
Yeah, and
just
tell me about this
second.
D tackle. Is he going to get drafted from Florida?
I don't think so. I mean, he is massive, obviously, but he can't really move.
He can't move.
So,
All right.
What about the tush push?
All right. So was he? I'll give you my numbers. You can tell me if you think he was over or under. In the 40, was he over under 5.403?
Oh, way over.
I'm gonna say he's over.
Okay, so I'm faster than the 460.
Oh, he was 5.9,
or at least I was.
So I got the numbers right here. Yeah. So he ran a 5.95.
Yeah. All right. So that's good. So it was a little faster. It's nice to know. 3-cone drill.
He was 6'6", 450 at the pro day.
What did he do in the 3-cone?
The 3-cone was a 9.
Okay, I did it in 8.25.
Nice, that boy. Good job. What was your vert? What'd you get on the vert?
The vert. All right, let's get to my vertical. I got broad first. You have broad jump there?
Oh yeah.
My broad jump was 7'10".
Dude, you got him by a foot. He was 6'10".
You're killing him, Salk.
Killing this guy.
I think he got you in the vert.
He's gonna have you in the bench when we get there.
I would imagine.
Go ahead.
Well, we did the bench differently. My vert. What was his vert?
His vert was 25.
He jumped higher than I did.
Oh, my gosh. Come on.
He jumped higher than everybody other than one person. Only John Boyle in the whole media combine did better at 26. I did 22.5.
That's tough. Okay,
Yeah.
how about short shuttle? Did we do a short shuttle?
We didn't do that.
No.
And the bench press, I think it was just 65
185.
pounds. No, it was just
Yeah,
65
he did
pounds.
36 reps at 220.
That's a lot.
Wow.
I mean, I would hope so. So can you draft him or not?
Never mind. The weight was 464.
Yeah, he's 464. 6'6", 464.
The
Hey,
APP
DJ.
system
But DJ, could
only
you get
goes
that
up to
guy down?
450.
Jokes
They
aside, could you
wrote
get
a
that guy
note
down to
there. They wrote a note in
400?
there. Yeah, absolutely.
Like, what would he
Absolutely.
be like at 380, 400?
Yeah, I mean that's the.
Could he be
that's
Ted
what
Washington?
whoever's- That's what he's got to sell, and that's what teams are going to try and buy there. But yeah, I don't think you can play it at that size. So you got to lose 70, 80 pounds, and I don't know. Ted Washington was an unbelievable athlete as well as just a massive human being. That was like you go to the games and get the little ice cream and the baseball helmet. Like that's what his football helmet looked like on his head.
Oh, yes. Space Eater. Hey, last minute here. We're sitting at 18 on draft day. Is Cam Ward the only QB taken by the time we get to 18?
I think there's a possibility that's correct.
Okay, so at 18 then is Jackson Dart, is Shedeur Sanders. People are going to be mumbling and bumbling around me at the Seahawks facility, and the media members and fans, I'm sure, are going to be like, is this the year to take a quarterback? If Shedeur Sanders is sitting there at 18, would he be a fit in this kind of system and that kind of value that a QB could add?
I think you could say he could be a fit, yeah. But I think, in my opinion, I think Sam Darnold's more talented, and you've already brought him in the building. So I'm going to try and do something to help Sam. And Sam's he's not old, so you've still got runway in front of him. So yes and no. Yes, it's a fit. I don't know that I would do that there.
What a day. What a day. Is those legitimate question? You're going to sound like I'm making a joke, but this is actually a real question. Is Ozempic legal in the NFL?
I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Daniel, you're DJ. You know what you're getting a
How did
taste
we
of
get
right
here?
now?
Well, you're talking about this 460-pound dude. If he's got to get down to like
DJ, how did we get here? That's how I've got here for 16 years. You plant a little seed in Salk, and all of a sudden it starts to germinate, and you water it just a little bit.
I wasn't sure if it was considered a performance-enhancing drug for a guy who's 460 pounds to keep him under $4 bills.
I think that's got to be legal. It's a health thing,
right?
Right.
Sure.
You'd be prescribed it by a
I'm
doctor.
dig into that,
sure.
and next Wednesday have an answer for that exclusively. Okay.
Please, the next time you're talking to GMs, if you wouldn't mind asking them whether or not it's legal for these guys. All right. Thank you, DJ. As always.
Today, value, scheme fit, Ozempic. I feel like we touched all the bases.
All right, there we sure did. There's Daniel Jeremiah. Dude, I hope we didn't just waste one of our half hours with Daniel Jeremiah because that was awesome. I really enjoyed it, and of course we got a few more of those leading up to the draft and all the way through it as well.
More names. You got names.
Do we have names?
Some good D tackle names.
Yeah.
Good DN names.
Yeah.
Got a good answer on my Michael Williams and Campbell.
We're going to talk draft again at 9:30. We got more draft conversation at 9:30 before some trash takes. We've gone now. We've gone over an hour without talking about what happened last night, and I don't think that's fair.
Right?
Yeah,
no,
it has.
Good.
So, what does a little space give you? Now that you've vented and ranted a little bit, how do you feel now? It's next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Geno Smith signing a 2-year, $85.5 million extension with the Raiders.
Good for him, man. He took advantage of a great situation.
Would you have paid Geno that much?
Yeah, my number was around 40. Listen, you got younger, you got cheaper with Sam Darnold. The thing that you don't know is if he's going to be able to repeat that performance that he had last year.
If someone were to say Sam Darnold is going to give you Geno production at way less money, great.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Need a new roof now? With State Roofing and Exteriors, you can get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to 24 months. That's right. Protect your home now and pay later. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today.
Discover LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Explore 300 world-class cars, 100 years of history, and the Shinka exhibit with 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Thrilling race simulators and fun for the whole family. Visit americascarmuseum.org.
The madness is still on at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland to get you the best deals on your new ride. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory with the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Are insurance companies taking you for a ride? Literally? Don't let them destroy your financial future. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is your weapon against greedy insurers. They don't care about you, but Just Cause Legal does. Time is running out. Get the compensation you deserve. Call 253-859-8899 now or visit justcauselegal.com. Don't wait until it's too late. Take back control and fight for what's yours. Meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who's the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you? Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it, Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag sales event going on right now through April 20th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder and equal housing opportunity builder.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we provide top quality windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and stay clear with low maintenance glass. With leak armor installation and lifetime warranties, you're protected for life. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Right now, have ultra-efficient clean technology windows installed and pay $0 down with 0 interest and 0 payments for 18 months. Only from Lake Washington Windows and Doors. And they'll even pay your sales tax. Visit lakewashingtonwindows.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke Huard, you are it. And Brooke Huard.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Huard and Mike Salk.
A lot of frustration, there's no doubt. A lot of frustration in the air with the way everything went yesterday. And we've talked through a lot of the reasons why Obviously, the runners in scoring position. Obviously, the strikeouts. Obviously, a 4-12 start. I mean, like,
4 and 8.
What did I say? 4. I'm sorry, 4 of
Please
12.
not
4
4
and 8. Sorry, it's 12
I'd be
games.
losing today, swept by the Rangers. Please not 4 and 12.
Sorry, 4 and 12 kind of has the ring, I guess, just because of the old football season. But regardless, it was ugly. Last night was a tough one, man. I know you said that one really got you.
That one got me, man.
I don't blame you at all. What was it? Why last night?
It was the swings. It was just watching these swings in slow motion. It was watching the swings with these runners in scoring position. It's not taking advantage of count after count. It's not taking advantage of all the good things you did, right? It's like getting to a 3rd and 1 in football and just getting stuffed. Get to a 3rd and 1 in football and you get stuffed.
It's actually not like that. If I could jump in, I think it's like getting to a 3rd and 1 in football and then throwing the ball 50 yards downfield on a chance, like something like it's just doing something.
Well, how about you throw it? How about you get it run stuffed? How about you have a penalty? How about just every imaginable scenario because you're 1 for 19. Like, it wasn't all really bad swings. It was just one thing, but you just could never, ever capitalize. You get the ball after a turnover. You're inside the red zone, like score a touchdown. Can't do it. And it just is, it's demoralizing, right? It is morale killing. You play good defense. You pitch great. Your relievers all put up zeros. You give up no unearned runs. You steal base after base. You have 19 opportunities with runners in scoring position. 19. I mean, I don't know if that's ever happened in the history of baseball where you do not give up an earned run. You have 19 chances with runners in scoring position and you lose. I would like Mr. Elias to go check that out. How many times in the history of the game? I mean, that's almost impossible to happen. So you're just left apoplectic and perplexed at like that just can't be. I mean, just a blooper. I mean, just a duck fart, just a fly ball, just anything. Right. And you just could not find a way to do it in a game that you need, because today, as difficult as that was, you're up against it even more today with a bullpen that's totally taxed and Luis F. Castillo that's going to get the ball today for his second start as a Mariner. So, yeah, it is tough times, man. Very, very early with the injury bug as well. That news yesterday was kind of the first little gut punch, obviously losing Victor for half the season, if not all the season. So, yeah, man, you're in the corner and you're taking punches right now and you're bleeding and you got to stop that bleeding.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of, this is in the notes for yesterday, and maybe we talked about it for a few minutes of the like, okay, well, what do you do?
That's right.
I mean, I'm sort of at a loss as to. I mean, Dan's answers yesterday were very much of the stay the course variety, right? Yes, it's frustrating, but right here's the things that we're working on. The team's fighting hard.
We may have had situations. I think that I've seen a lot of the same characteristics in our club and the fight in our club. That's what I've seen, and we've had some opportunities, but it's still very early, and I think that what we've seen in terms of how they've fought, how they've played, how they've pressed on and stayed the course. I mean, I think they're still in a good spot. We just got to capitalize on opportunities that we get.
Okay, quick little story time. You'll like this, Saul. I was at baseball practice yesterday. I met an 18-year big leaguer who happens to live in the area. You know the name, pitched for the Red Sox, pitched for the Mariners when I was actually at the University of Washington, Mike Timlin. 18 years in the big leagues. And, Titus is kind of at an age and stage where I'm like, you know what? It might be time to get him some individual coaching. When it comes to throwing football, I got it. When it comes to pitching, and he was a big guy, right? So he's still a big guy.
I covered him for a couple of years.
Uh-huh. So I'm sitting there in the dugout yesterday, and we're watching this. And he coached at the high school for 8 years. So I was also kind of picking his brain about jumping into coaching. He coached his son, and they had a cinder block on the field. And it was a mix of the freshman team, the JV team, and the varsity team on the two fields running around. And there was a cinder block out there, and this kid was sitting on the cinder block during, like, infield drills, the backup third baseman. And Timlin was like, "What is that?" And I'm like, I don't know. What is that? Is that not normal? He's like, I am like,
you don't generally sit on a baseball field.
Ever.
Right.
Ever.
There's not really any field in which you normally sit
have
on.
a cinder block. Ever. He is seething mad. So your boy was like, after that group left the field and it's sitting out there, I just went and grabbed that thing and brought that right in the dugout. Because if we're going to have any meaningful conversation, we're going to have to get rid of this stumbling block over here. And if we're going to have meaningful conversation kind of about what is next for the Mariners, we have to be really honest about what is there and what options Dan and this organization really have right now. Like, what can they do? Is it time to, this month, and with Victor's injury, does that give you an opportunity to maybe look into the trade scenario? Something to bridge the gap between all of this pipeline that is overfloweth with talent in Everett.
It's really, really hard to think about doing that if you're going to be 4, 5, 6 games under 500, right? I mean, it's really hard to think about doing that when you are 5 or 6 games out already. I mean, like, you got to give the team a reason to believe in them rather than to, continue to throw resources at something. I mean, I understand that question, but I don't know that I would be there right now. I think the team's got to prove it a little bit.
And I only ask that really, and I know that sounds so stupid 12 games into the season, but I ask that because Victor's going to be lost.
Right.
And he's a right-handed athletic
You're looking to
bat.
replace that.
That's exactly right.
I think before I do that, I have to at least give myself the most flexibility I have now.
Do you have a right-handed bat in the minor leagues, at the AAA level? Do you have a right-handed
Leo
outfield
Rivas is a
bat?
switch hitter.
Okay.
At the very least, just so that you are not in the situation you were in yesterday, I would like to see Leo Rivas up on this team instead of Dominic Canzone. If for no other reason, I'm not sitting here saying he's a savior. That's not the point. But just give yourself an opportunity to at least have some handedness matchups that make sense late in games instead of seeing what we did yesterday. That was unfair. I thought it was unfair to Dan to have what he had available to him. And I'm not sure he's managed some of those situations particularly well, but his hand, he's doing it with one hand tied behind his back. Like, that's a really challenging spot when you've got Canzone and Masterboni and Tellez all on the bench, and they've got Hader coming in.
Yeah.
That's a really tough spot. But the other thing, and just in terms of the way you're hitting with runners in scoring position, I think Passan said it very clearly yesterday.
If you can't come through when it matters, then it doesn't matter. This is not going to be a successful team if they can't hit when there are guys on base. And this is not going to be a successful team if their pitching isn't their guiding light, which it hasn't been so far.
And the pitching obviously improved quite a bit yesterday, but you've got to do something. And again, the thing that frustrates me so much is this is what you say you're working on. This is the thing you were concentrating on. This is what we heard so much about. How are you going to be in these big situations?
Yeah, in these one-run games. Every game's a one-run game. Every game save for one in these 12 have been a competitive, down-to-the-wire, late-inning affair. And, how are you going to take that step to win those games? A couple years ago, in these runs of winning 90 games, upper 80 games in playoff contender, game away in the playoffs, what'd you do? You won those one-run games. You're incredible with your leverage guys out of the bullpen, and you also came through time and again with really timely hitting in those late inning scenarios. And just, out the gate here, again, a dozen games in, got a long ways to go.
Question. I don't know how to answer this. Lyle, maybe you can answer this. 360 asks, Donovan, I swear to God, this is a real text.
Oh, no, I just read it.
Is Ozempic legal?
No.
Oh.
Donovan Solano currently has a negative 69 WRC plus. Can you explain how that figure can be negative? Your mic's not on.
Oh, no, that would help, wouldn't it? Those numbers can get into the negative, but...
How can you have negative weighted runs created? You're giving the other team runs at the 69th percentile? Like, I'm confused. What's that even mean?
I mean, if you want the serious answer,
I don't actually. No. I just would rather look at it and be amused because I don't think I have the time, the patience, nor anything else to hear about the actual answer. People can Google it, but a negative 69 WRC plus.
Okay, so then I'll just answer it in this way. He has had a really, really brutal first couple weeks.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
We are excited to announce the Cal Raleigh Show will air every Thursday during the Mariners season at 5 p.m.
I think he could be one of the most beloved characters in Seattle sports history.
He's a huge fan favorite, and on the heels of him signing this deal and showing his commitment to this city and to this organization, I think it's a big deal to have him on every single week.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, and it's kind of crazy times out there. And in the financial markets, it's even more than that. And if there is one thing that you can control, if you've looked at your situation and said, goodness gracious, we've got to get a hold of our insurance. Premiums are going up. I don't know what we have covered. Then you need to do what Molly and I did and take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. We had heard for some years about these First Mark Challenge victories and wondered, well, why aren't we doing this? At least I got to know what the heck I've gotten covered. And what if I can save money like so many have? And that's exactly what happened for us, for my family, for my parents, for many of my friends that have reached out to me. And here's how First Mark does it. They fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, unlike you and me, they go to the market, dozens of major carriers to find you the best fit. That's it. No stress, no confusion. They're your teammate. And they've spent the last 30 years building connective tissue with so many of the carriers out there to help people just like you and me successfully manage this complicated world of insurance. So please don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. As I've told you, it's totally free. And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory I get to talk to. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
At O'Neill Plumbing, we've been exclusively plumbers for over 100 years. No corny mascots, no out-of-town owners. Just clean, fast, and professional plumbers out to your home fast. All rooter and all trenchless. O'Neill Plumbing.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more. And as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code GROW. swishradio.com, code GROW.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why, when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here it comes, the second huge online equipment auction of the year, produced by the James G. Murphy Company. Bidding starts at 10 a.m. Thursday, April 10th, and closes at 10 a.m. Wednesday the 17th. Over 800 items are on the block, including heavy equipment, trucks, and logging gear, including a 2016 Link-Belt 210 XT TLN log loader, a 2014 CAT 320 DFM log loader, and a 2014 Komatsu 931.1 forwarder. If you're looking for construction equipment, we got 16 excavators, 5 wheel loaders, 4 backhoes, and 2 pavers. Plus, there's a great selection of 12 late model dump trucks, including 5 Peterbilt 367s from model year 2013 to 2020. Check out all this gear in person during inspection days, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Tuesday the 15th and Wednesday, April 16th at our Marysville location. Bidding starts 10 a.m. Thursday. For pictures and all details, check out murphyauction.com. That's murphyauction.com.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Beauty, privacy, instantly. Big Trees.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through April 20th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, we've been talking about it throughout the morning, but it was a rough loss for the Mariners. Let's not focus anymore on it. I can't do any more on it today. It was bad. It wasn't good. It was really, really hard, and there were a lot of problems. The 1 for 19 with runners in scoring position is going to sting for a while. Not scoring 3 ghost runners from second base in extra innings, all of it.
How many innings was it? 12?
It was 12 innings.
12 innings. So they struck out 19 of their 36 outs.
Yes.
Okay.
This is rough. It's just about 2/3.
Almost 60%.
Yeah, I mean, in a normal game, which would be 27 outs, right?
Yeah, at that point, I think they were like 15 strikeouts and 27 outs, or 13. It was, yeah.
Well, regardless. Let's talk about today. Please. You got a 110 first pitch. You're at home. It's the rubber match of a series. You have an opportunity to try to win your first series of the year. It's not going to be easy. They're going to throw Hunter Brown, who's been pretty good against you, but at least he's right-handed. And you're going to start Luis Castillo. Luis F. Castillo, sure, but still Luis Castillo. As of yet, no sign of a roster move for the Mariners. They've sent out game notes, but and I haven't seen a lineup yet, but I would think you would have to have some sort of a roster move, no? Just to have another fresh arm in the bullpen after that?
Who's going to eat the innings?
If it were,
if Luis F. Gets through 3 innings as he did in San Fran.
What if he doesn't?
70 pitches.
Brock, you got to plan for what if he doesn't.
Okay, so if he doesn't, who's going in? Every one of them pitched last night.
I don't think Thornton did, but he's the only one, right?
No, Thornton pitched last night. He pitched great last night, didn't he? Or was that 2 nights ago?
I think it was 2 nights ago.
2 nights ago.
2 nights ago, he came in for Logan and pitched great. Okay, sorry. That was okay. So Thornton.
But he's an inning, so who's going to pitch the?
Yeah, I don't see how you don't send. Unfortunately, it's not his fault. But if it were me, I would have to DFA Jesse Hahn, and I'd probably call up Casey Lawrence just because he could eat innings if you need it. Again, that's not saying you want to go down that road, but you got to have a what-if scenario.
Maybe Luis F. is just going to wear it today, kid. This is your ball, and you're going to throw 100.
But you're not going to make him throw 200 pitches. What if he can't get through 4 innings?
Throw 120 pitches.
He could, but you're not going to throw 200. That would be malpractice. So anyway, 110 first pitch, Luis F. Castillo and Hunter Brown.
Go win a series.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Unfortunately, Victor Robles is going to miss, as you said, Brock, at least 3, maybe all season, at least 3 months, maybe 6. It's just a brutal injury. Dislocated shoulder, but it caused a fracture, which sounds awful. And Victor's such a good dude and brings so many things to the table.
Yeah, it's, obviously a tough blow, losing Vic and what he brings. We talk about it, what he brings on the field, his outstanding defensive play, what he's meant with the bat for our club, and then what he's meant on the bases. He's a guy that likes to push the envelope and puts a lot of pressure on the defense. So all that he does there is on the field is outstanding.
Oh man, I remember our bright and sunny conversations that week of 80-degree sunshine in Peoria, and just talking about some of the kind of redundancy in the roster, so kind of talking about some of the depth in the roster, talking about certainly a pipeline that is overflowing with talent and is off to a great start in Modesto and Everett and everywhere. But these injuries to George Kirby and to Victor Robles show you just that chasm, that gap between what is coming and yet what is readily available to fill in some of these voids and fill in some of these gaps with injuries. It's tough.
Yeah, it is. And Lyle and I were just kind of talking through the other problem, which is all of these left-handed hitters. And I don't know, I haven't seen yet, as I said, a lineup. I don't know if Jorge Polanco is going to be in it, if he's going to be available today. That's the other problem, is he missed 3 games with the paternity leave, fine, comes back, plays in 1, missed 2, plays in 1, has a great day. By the way, both of those games he's played in have been great, has the game-winning hit, steals a base, and then can't play again the next day. And they really needed him last night.
Yeah.
Like, they really needed him to hit last night. They needed someone who could hit right-handed.
So why is Charlie Furbush talking about oblique on the station yesterday?
Well, they said that's the problem, is that it's an oblique, and here's what Furbush said to Wyman and Bob.
No, I'm definitely concerned. I mean, your record would be worse without him. Yeah, I am concerned. And the side injuries, oblique injuries, they're really kind of touchy, right? It's as a rotational athlete that has to swing regularly and swing with max effort, if you will, to make contact. If there's any sort of hesitancy and you don't feel right, it can go south quick. And then, I think it's a good thing right now that he's actually not playing every day just to get himself healthy throughout the course of the season. We don't, they don't need more guys going down. So, yeah, I think he's done a tremendous job, but the obliques are just tough. I know guys that get hurt and then they try to come back and then they hurt it again.
Right.
So it's like, how do you get it right the first time so that you don't have to worry about it the rest of the year?
And maybe that's why he didn't. Honestly, that has to be the answer as to why he didn't hit last night.
Or that the
I know
knee
he
is
stole a
actually
base
still
the night
bothering him.
before, but you can run. Oblique doesn't bother you running and stealing a base. It bothers you swinging.
That was
back.
right after he had the game-winning hit. It's hard for me to imagine the knee's still not part of this, or maybe even leading to the oblique. I don't know. It's a tough spot.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken get blown out 7-1. Sad news out of the Dominican. Octavio Dotel, Tony Blanco, both perishing yesterday. Among 44 people killed when the roof of a nightclub collapsed. Nelson Cruz's sister, Nelsie, she's a governor there, and she passed away. I mean, just an awful, awful, awful situation. Really, really sad. I know you spent some time on that island, Brock.
Yep, I've been down there, and that was, I think, outside the capital of Santo Domingo, and it was a massive event, a massive celebration with a lot of people there, and those were the folks that unfortunately lost their lives. Many, many others significantly and seriously injured as well. Just a tragic, tragic scene. And I will go on the record and say that may be the worst need to know, the most sad, horrific, awful need to knows on the history of the show.
Yeah, it wasn't good. It's a bad 1, 2, and 3, and 4.
Yep.
I got a texter just to clarify here. Salk, what are you talking about? I don't know where you get your info. Robles does not need surgery. Will just need to rest 6 weeks, then rehab for 6. I can help you with the math. That's 12 weeks. He'll be back around the All-Star break. That's if it doesn't need surgery.
That's right.
I read the email. It was sent to me. I'm in the media. It says that as long as it goes that way, it would be about 12 weeks. It's around 3 months, which is why I said 3 to 6 months. Unfortunately, if it ends up that he still does need surgery, if that doesn't work, then it would be the whole year. So just to clarify, I don't mean to give misinformation. Best case scenario is 3 months, right around the All-Star break. Worst case scenario is he ends up missing the entire season. So just a tough spot, man. And I just feel terrible for the guy. He's a good dude, and he's exactly what this team was trying to... I don't want to say they were building around him, but they were trying to build in that image.
Yeah, you also don't have a leadoff hitter. He's kind of the fire starter. He's the igniter. He's the personality. As you listen to Dave Valley and those guys talk about how important that guy is, and we saw it every day at spring training when we're down there, you need that live wire over the course of a baseball season, especially through the peaks and the valleys and the good times and the rough patch you're in right now.
You want to throw some credit at somebody? You know who's had good at-bats this year? Dylan Moore.
Yeah.
He's had a lot of really good at-bats this year. After a really rough spring training, Dylan Moore has had a lot of really good at-bats. I thought he really gave them a chance yesterday in the leadoff spot. I don't know what the numbers ended up being, but kudos to him. I think he has stepped in and done a pretty, admirable job. He's playing too much. Obviously, he made a great play late in the game after the error earlier, but I had some pretty good bats last night. There's something mildly positive for you.
Yeah. Oh, just really quick. The one other guy that didn't pitch yesterday was Santos, so he'll be the one other guy that's.
But I mean, those
available
guys
today.
are both single inning dudes. I mean,
Right.
if you only go 3 innings, Okay. All right. Well, we'll figure that out later in the day. I'm sure Bump and Stacy will have news once they get on at 10 o'clock. In the meantime, Brock, I read this crazy article. I'm going to try to explain it as simply as possible, but more importantly, what it says about what the Seahawks have to do in this draft that's next.
For down territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Which Seahawks offensive lineman will have the biggest jump in 2025?
I think it's going to be Chris Haynes. The more I watch his film, the more I understand the offense, I think that this fits him. I think everyone's going to improve. I think Man's going to improve, Gerald's going to improve. But the way he plays the game now fits this type of offense. If Kubiak were here last year, Chris Haynes would have gotten more opportunity.
For down territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Yeah, a lot of reasons to talk about Riverside Roofing. Those guys helped me out a few years ago with a roof issue, and then just over the weekend, we noticed a problem with one of our gutters. So obviously, I texted Don, owner at Riverside Roofing, and his son Brandon is coming out today. I'm going to go look at everything at noon and figure out what's going on. I trust those guys implicitly to get everything right. That's just a gutter issue. But if you've got a real roof problem and you need to get yours replaced, you want to call Riverside Roofing because they've got an awesome incentive, $1,000 off a new roof replacement. So when you talk to Brandon, again, that's Don's son, just tell him you heard this message on the radio station. Tell him I told you about it, and he'll give you $1,000 back in your pocket, plus a brand new roof over your head. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. Ask him about all the local experience, 35 years. Ask him about the GF Master Elite certification, and ask about that catch-all system. It's pretty cool. Keeps your yard and driveway totally free of any debris, nails, shingles, etc. Go to riversideroofingllc.com, and remember, they are the roofing company you can trust.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news and stats to placing bets in just a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code JOEQ to get started today. That's JOEQ, JOEQ. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. The ice may have melted, but spring is the perfect time for a new roof. Call Techline Roofing. Take advantage of our easy financing and our spring special. That's TEKLINE roofing.com.
Get ready for an unforgettable adventure at LeMay, America's Car Museum in Tacoma. Marvel at over 300 world-class automobiles and 100 years of history. Don't miss the Shinka exhibit, featuring nearly 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating race simulators. There's fun for everyone, so grab your friends or the whole family and plan your visit Thursday to Monday. Learn more at americascarmuseum.org.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafy, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. At Pella Windows and Doors, we pride ourselves on delivering top-quality windows and doors that enhance the beauty and energy efficiency of your home. Our products are built to last with innovative designs and exceptional craftsmanship. Whether you're looking to upgrade your windows or install new doors, Pella has you covered.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At Chain Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Chain Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
When are you going to break the news, Saul?
Well, I was thinking about that. Do you want me to? I thought I'd wait till tomorrow, but I could break the news.
No,
if you want.
you know what? Do it
Here's
tomorrow.
the thing.
I'm
thinking about surprising my family with the news.
Yeah.
But if I say it here on the station, it'd be totally safe. They don't listen. Kids are in school right now.
Sure.
Heather doesn't listen to the station, not at this time anyway. So I could tell the people and probably still be totally safe.
As rough as today has been, it's just kind of.
This is really cool news.
It is. Let's do it. Let's not wait on it, because who knows what today is going to bring.
All
and what
right.
breaking news
You
tomorrow.
guys want a little something cool? At least for me. I don't know if this is going to be cool for anybody else. But I'm so honored at the moment. I said earlier that I wanted to go to the Everett Aqua Sox game on Saturday. Passan said yesterday that they were going to be the best team in all of minor league baseball, right?
I saw third in the MILB rankings.
Third?
Third. Somebody tweeted that, some national, rankings, and I mean, right up there. One of the top 3 minor league teams in all of baseball with the level of talent they have.
Well, here's what
by the way,
Jeff said.
Did you see your buddy Laz Montez with those big thick thighs running down that ball last night?
I love Laz.
Another great play.
Yeah. Dude, he looks just fine out there. Here's what Passan said.
Like having in the same lineup Colt Emerson and Johnny Farmelo and Michael Arroyo and Laz Montez, and then in the rotation having Senja. I mean, Everett might be the best team in the minor leagues this year.
Right. And I don't know for how long, because some of those guys are going to get called up. So want to take advantage. I want to go. And I certainly want to see Senja pitch. So I'm going to go on Saturday to see Senja pitch and see all those guys in the lineup. It seems awesome. I have to be up in Everett anyway for a hockey game for Cecily in the afternoon. So perfect timing.
Nice.
Well, I've been asked, Brock. I'm honestly, I'm so honored. I don't even know what to say. I'm like, I've been asked to throw out, I would say the first pitch, but it's not. That's not exactly it. I've been asked to throw out one of the 2 first pitches. Nice. One of 2. In fact, they're going to do a right-handed and left-handed first pitch in honor of. Now here's the problem. I hope to God that I wasn't. This isn't a surprise, and I haven't now ruined it for the Aqua Sox. If that's the case, I'm blaming you. If that's the case, Brock, I'm blaming you. But I assume they want people to come. I assume that they want more advertising. So I apologize. Oh my gosh. If I've already I blame you for this. I shouldn't have said anything until I wasn't going to do this.
No, it's fine. They got Randy Johnson. He's going to throw the left-handed one. You're
Brock,
throw the
I
right
can't
one.
believe you've now gotten me. You're going to get me in trouble. I swear. You're going to end up ruining this whole thing and getting me in trouble. All I wanted to do is be nice. Let me just be clear. All I want to do is just, promote the fact that it's going to be a cool scene over there.
It's going to be awesome, and they don't care. And
Are
of
you
course
sure?
They're going to have 2 first pitches because you got a righty and a lefty. So that is awesome. Now, who's going to be the left-handed celebrity to match up with you?
You?
Woo!
Are you busy? What are you doing?
Yeah, I got the UFL game. Sorry. Yeah,
all right, so you can't do it.
Got some
Do we
UFL
know
money.
any other good lefties? I'm sure they do, but if you know
Is there a
somebody
lefty?
else.
Is there a lefty in the building? Is there a lefty at the station? Is G a lefty? Does G throw a lefty?
I don't know. I don't know any other necessarily.
That is super cool. We did that some years ago. Titus actually he wasn't old enough to get on the field and do so it was kind of a ceremonial first pitch before the first pitch.
Yeah.
Met Kyle Lewis. He was up there at that point, and some of the other studs. And
Well, I can't
it's
wait.
A great bar. It's a fun
I've
park.
lived here for 16 years and I've never been.
Oh.
So I'm really excited I was excited just to go, but the offer is honestly I'm incredibly honored. I hope I don't screw it up. As I told the guy, I've have to be the right-handed part of it since I can't do anything with my left hand, but I'm
Will you
beyond
go for
honored.
it? Are you going to rip it?
No.
Are you going to aim it? What are you going to do?
I'm going to borrow from what I've seen from a lot of other people my age and not overdo it.
Not overdo it.
Nope, just kind of we'll keep it pretty simple. Yeah. Not going to do anything crazy. Yeah. 425 says Salk, don't pull a hamstring. All right, you know what? That's not necessary. How dare you?
Can you do this in 8 minutes?
I think I can. Yeah.
Okay.
So let me give, and I'm going to try to talk to this guy. I'd like to have him on either Friday or Monday. It's a really cool piece that I probably should tweet out so other people could read it by Kevin Cole on his Substack, I guess, which is called Unexpected Points. And he's going real deep into the numbers. I read it last night. It's dense. It's hard to get through all of it, but it's really, really interesting.
How far back is this? Because we know the NFL is just constantly moving, and it is a fast target. Right, from the competition committee to to schemes.
I mean, he kind of goes back here to the Jimmy Johnson chart and when that came about, and kind of building everything that's been done to build off of that.
Okay,
and it's really well done. It's not that long, but it's really, really well done, well thought out.
Hypothesis, because when you were explaining it to DJ, I'll be honest with you, some of that was still even going over my head.
Yeah.
So if you were to boil it down even simpler, and to make it like a one-sentence kind of statement, what would it be?
He's looking at what he's calling positional draft surplus value. Surplus value.
Surplus.
So essentially what he's doing is he's comparing the production that you get for the price of a rookie to the production you would get for the price of a veteran free agent signing at the same position.
Okay.
Does that make sense? That's pretty
after
simple.
Basically after first contract.
Yes.
Right? It's basically the value of the first contract versus a significant player
But
at that position.
it's what you get from the player.
Yes.
Including those values. So eventually, without overcomplicating it, to try to simplify it, he takes it and puts it into 3 different tiers. He puts quarterback in there. Forget quarterbacks. The advantage of a quarterback on this first contract is so unbelievably insane that it can't even be in this conversation.
2013 Super Bowl. Yes.
Tier 1, tackles, D linemen, and edge rushers. Tier 2, wide receivers and corners, and according to him, corners are significantly ahead of wide receivers. Tier 3, everybody else. Interior linemen, linebackers, tight ends, running backs, safeties.
Okay.
So essentially what it is, and that starts to even out by around pick 64, so the end of the second round.
Gotcha.
Then it starts to even out. It pops around a little bit after that, but right around between 64 and 70, it looks like everything kind of comes together. Okay. So this is really, and it's especially obvious in around picks, 10 to 20. Is really where you see this huge difference between those 3 tiers. There's a lot of value in drafting tier 1 and round 1. Significant drops for each of the other 2 tiers. And then as I said, by the end of round 2, it's pretty even. So here are my takeaways. You guys can read the whole article.
Again, tier 1 is offensive tackles.
Yep. D linemen.
Yep.
And edge rushers.
Okay. O-line, D tackles, and edge rushers. The fewest amount in just walking the planet.
It's just size.
The fewest human beings that there are that play those positions from a supply standpoint that just infiltrate every
And
college
it
football
kind of makes sense that corners and wide receivers would come after that, right? Corners ahead of wide receivers just because of the speed necessary to play those positions and athleticism, and then everybody else. So, takeaways. One, if that's the case for interior offensive linemen, shouldn't you be getting one in free agency? Like, that to me is a case to be made for getting your interior offensive lineman in free agency. If you're not, now, there are other ways to do it, but that was one thing that jumped out to me is like, well, then that part of that is because the value of those guys in free agency maybe is a little bit higher. But if you're going to draft them, here's what he writes. I'm sorry, but that's on cornerbacks.
Okay.
Tackles make great value in round one, right? Would it make sense then to draft one of these tackles as a tackle and move Abe Lucas?
Yeah, could.
It's not something we've talked a lot about.
What did DJ say? He said he hasn't yet found an offensive line coach in the NFL that wouldn't love 5 tackles playing the 5 different positions because of the level of size, length, athleticism, nimbleness, bend, all the things that tackles require.
But I will say it does make a compelling case that if you're going to draft an interior offensive lineman, even if he's coming out as a tackle, that to draft him in the first round is not great value. That the best spot to draft that guy would probably be closer to pick 64. And you have what? Late, you have your 56 or whatever you've got, and then you've got that third rounder, that those might be the best spots to take. Now, again, you have specific needs on your team that are going to change and move these around. But that's why, for me, I think I was so adamant that they get somebody in free agency so that you're not in a position to have to overdraft an interior offensive lineman. In terms of cornerbacks, here's what he writes. Cornerback and wide receiver could almost be in different tiers. Cornerbacks have a materially higher surplus value peak in the early and middle first round than wide receivers, who become better selections in the second and third rounds.
See also DK Metcalf, see also Tyler Lockett, see all right. I mean, all around the league. See also Amon-Ra St. Brown. See all these guys that were second and third round wide receivers that DJ talked about, even in this upcoming draft. Right, that is going to be an absolute sweet spot. You just got to hit the right one. In the corners in this draft, Salk, I just looked at my draft profiles 1 through 15, kind of with this little optics and lens. Like I am so confused on the corner class this year. And I've reached out to some folks and chatted with DJ off air. Like I have no feel for this class, and that is very uncommon for me. Other than at the top, Travis Hunter and the kid out of Michigan. Okay, those two are going to be top 12 picks, more, 2 and 12. I just, after that, I don't know. And I just have such little feel, but I would have no issue. If Mike McDonald's like, yep, pick 50, love this dude, need him. Because we know that you can never have enough good corners as well.
Yeah, and I think what he's saying, corners in the early and middle first round in through the second round, I think that makes sense. So
I think that guy in Philly, what's his name, that GM out there? I think he did that last year. I think he got the best corner in the draft in the mid-20s and then took the kid out of Iowa in the second round, and, man, those two helped him win.
Here's what he does say about the interior offensive lineman in the third tier. At the bottom of the positional value scale, there's a wide variety of surplus value in different draft positions. Interior offensive line is higher than the rest in the first round, but has a higher peak in the early second round, but maintains strong surplus value through the middle of the third round. So if you are going to draft interior offensive line, linebacker, tight end, running back, safety, it's still
Christian
interior
Haynes.
offensive line.
Yeah, it's Christian Haynes there in the third round, right? Tyrese Knight in the fourth round. Like, it was trying to do that and get that right with Christian last year, and unfortunately, scheme, body, fit, all of it did not work out well.
Here's the last thing it says, and this is for the Nick Eamon-Worry fans. It's an ugly curve for safeties. Don't draft them in the first round. Instead, teams can get them on the cheap in free agency.
Yeah.
I mean, that's about as blunt as it could possibly be.
Julian Love. Look at the value you've gotten Julian Love. Right.
Now, it's hard because we all saw what Earl Thomas did for this team as a, number 14 pick. But I feel like that's definitely the outlier rather than the norm.
That's the quote-unquote don't pass on greatness. Right? DJ appreciated all of that and understood that. And I think there's a lot of organizations. You can go through it here in Seattle, Philly, just look at all the picks that would make some sense with all of that data. but quote unquote, don't pass on greatness, which is really what more has been with Trash Takes.
And I don't know what to make of this text, Brock. This just feels mean. Is this just being mean? Easy, Salk. You get to throw the first pitch in Everett if it's your birthday. Come on. Don't take away my excitement. I thought that was just like a really nice. I'm super excited.
How dare you steal
Especially
his joy?
today has not been a day of joy. Today has not been a day of jubilation. Thank you. I mean, like, that feels really unnecessary. Somebody did something, a nice bright spot in my day. Please don't ruin it. Let's do some trash takes.
Get it together. Y'all look like trash.
Trash Takes
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh.
I thought it was trash. On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
All right, Trash Takes every Wednesday, 9:45. Maura, Lyle, and Brock compete to see who has found the trashiest take from around the sports universe, and the Trash Master gets to decide.
I'm starting this week.
Okay.
I've been in a slump.
You have been.
I've been in a freaking Mariners running scoring position slump. Cal 0 for 13, Julio 0 for 11, JP 0 for 9. Yeah, an 0 for 33 slump for me. So I'm going to start this sucker out this week.
Okay.
I've used sound in the past. I've tried to use Cam Newton. Didn't work. Tried to use some sound. Didn't work. So I'm going to go read it myself. And this is a flashback to the early years, Lyle, when you were young, teenager, listening to the show. And one Nolan Naraki came on the show. And he was a one and done. He was a one-fer. And Salk's asking him about his sources for Cam Newton because he just did not like Cam Newton. He wouldn't give up his sources. And Salk,
Well, he wouldn't say if he had sources or if they were just his opinions.
I'm done with you. I'm done. And hung up on him. Never again. Never to be seen again.
It's kind of true.
I'm going to turn to former New York Jets scout Daniel Kelly. Not to be confused with Danny Kelly, the local guy. This is Daniel Kelly.
Of the Jets.
Former Jet scout. He's making a name for himself. When it comes to Shedeur, quote, his 4 years of game film do speak very loudly. He's a guaranteed bust. Goes on further, quote, Shedeur Sanders is an undraftable free agent value in the 2025 NFL draft. Daniel Kelly, enjoy your headlines. Enjoy your name out there. Enjoy that I just read it on a morning show in Seattle.
Yeah.
Your name won't be out here very much longer. That is trash.
You want to hear Nolan Naraki? How mad this made me. Nolan Naraki, writer for Pro Football Weekly, joining us right now. You have been one of the people who has been very critical of Cam Newton. And when you write very disingenuous, fake smile, comes off very scripted, selfish, me first, is that you or is that sources?
I think that the entire report, I mean, it's a character assessment, and it's...
Have you heard that? Have you heard those things from sources? Have you heard those things from evaluators?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't think you need to reveal your sources, but he just sounded so sketchy talking about it.
Is that you?
It was 2012.
You're so young.
I know. I don't think you need to eventually. Yeah, anyway, there's more.
Oh,
That's all you need to hear.
Nah.
I was mad that day.
Done with you. Oh, you're real mad.
Super mad. Never heard of the guy since, have you?
Not really.
Not just on this show. I've never heard him speak
Kinda like
anywhere
Daniel
since
Kelly.
then.
Yeah, kind of like this guy.
All right. Daniel Kelly is Brock's. Maura, you're the reigning champ, I think, right? What do you got?
I think so. Oh, yeah, I had wasn't last week Woody Johnson, or was it?
Oh, yeah. God, that was awful. You should win again on principle just for last week.
All right, this week I was listening to the show before us, Unsportsmanlike, which we all enjoy, but I didn't know about this take yesterday. Evan Cohen presented a hypothetical situation to them because they just had Adam Schefter on talking about how the Niners aren't in any rush to get something done with Brock Purdy, and I just don't agree with Chris Canty and Michelle Smallman taking this hypothetical situation.
Let's take every single quarterback story that's lingering, non-Kirk Cousins, Joe Flacco, Brown stuff, and combine them into one, just for argument's sake. Brock Purdy's contract will not be done before the draft, per Shefty. We are unaware of Aaron Rodgers' next destination or the timing of such, even though we think it's going to be Pittsburgh. Shedeur Sanders seems like he's slipping in the draft. ESPN bet has over-under at 8.5, with New Orleans at 9 potentially being a target. We also know that New Orleans may be in on Jackson Dart. If you're the San Francisco 49ers and your choice is the following, you could have, hypothetically, Shedeur Sanders and Aaron Rodgers for 1 year, or Brock Purdy for the next 5 at $58 million a year.
Oh, that's an easy choice for me. That's an easy choice. I'll take door number one.
So you're signing up for Aaron Rodgers?
I'll sign up for Aaron Rodgers, Shedeur Sanders as the quarterback in waiting.
I would too.
I I don't understand. You have a quarterback you've already won a lot of games with, and yes, you're going to have to pay him a lot of money, but at least you're not paying Trevor Lawrence like the Jaguars, who's done nothing. And even if it doesn't seem like anyone believes that Shedeur Sanders is a sure thing, but even if you liked him a little bit more, you still have to have Aaron Rodgers as your bridge quarterback. I don't get them just buying that so easily.
Great. Love it. Lyle?
Do the two of you know who Zach Hampel is?
Yeah, he's a pitch. He was in 1998. You can take us back to 1998.
No, I'm not. But this one feels like it's not going to land if you don't know who he is.
I feel like I know that name.
He's this
Zach
moron.
Hampel?
He's this moron who's like this ball hawk at baseball games. He gets all these home runs and foul balls, mostly home runs. But honestly, if you guys don't know who he is, it's not going to land because he took away a home run last night, and then he's taking videos of himself up on the jumbotron like he's some huge deal. But
so
again,
he's like an intentional Steve Bartman.
But yes, and the whole baseball world despises this guy. You won't find almost anybody who's a fan of him, and the discourse about him online.
What's it take?
No, it's I'm going to change.
He claims to have collected more than 12,000 baseballs.
Dude, he is. I mean, he will like run in front of people for balls, and he's elbowing people to get him out of the way.
New Yorker.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to change it because you guys don't know who he is, so it's not going to land. Anyway,
you don't have time to change it.
No, I do.
No,
I do because I'm going to pander. I'm going to pander a little bit. 2 hours ago, Jamie in Sherwood asked what it's like to not have Aaron Rodgers around anymore, and he says he taught everybody in this building a lot. He helped create a standard for myself and those other guys. He left a real mark on all of us.
All right, so we got 2 Aaron Rodgers takes today. All right, you are both pandering. That's true. I don't know whether I should. I don't know if I should reward the pandering. Lyle, I think I would have just stuck with your first one and kind of run through it and explained it a little bit better. Yep. You could have had me with the fact that he's a baseball collector, and you know how I feel about memorabilia. I'm out. So already this guy's whole thing is about doing something I don't care about and think is stupid.
Trash.
Yeah, you blew that one. So you got to know your audience, Lyle. Come on.
That guy's the worst. Anyway.
It seems like the worst. So Lyle did not win. Shedeur's game film makes him a bust versus Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur. Brock, you're close. You're close. I mean, it's a really bad take, and obviously that guy is just looking for attention. I mean, that's really ridiculous. Of course, Shedeur is draftable. That doesn't even make any sense.
Top 10 pick.
It's just really dumb.
Undraftable.
It's really, really dumb.
That's as trashy a take as you could possibly have.
But here's the problem I have. So I've gone back and forth because here's what I don't understand about it. Why do they need Aaron Rodgers in that scenario? A real question would have been, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, do you trade up, get Shedeur, and do that instead of paying all the money for Brock Purdy and have a similar quarterback on a rookie deal? That's a conversation I understand. I don't know why you would complicate it by bringing in Aaron Rodgers.
And they've been trashing the idea of the Steelers bringing him in, so I'm just so confused as to why they bid on that.
Yeah, so that's a little confusing. I'll tell you what, after all this, I'm going with Brock. I'm sorry, I went back and forth. I thought you had it. Yes! But I'm going to come back and give it to Brock this week.
I finally got it here with runners and scoring.
Partly because I took too many questions during DJ and I felt bad, and partly because I think Brock was mad at me to start the show because of something I told him right before the show. So I'm going to give it to Brock to try to
Brock
pacify
got a pity
him.
win.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll take anything.
I just want to make sure everything's
I'll take
cool.
any duck fart. I'll take any end of the bat squibber. I'll take anything to score.
But Maura, that was a good one. Thank you for bringing it up. Lyle, go back to the drawing board.
You know what's really sad? I don't even remember what you told me before the show.
Okay, good.
3 hours.
Good. I was
All
worried.
right, well, to make sure that we have tons of fun tomorrow, please, everybody, send in your Here's the Things.
You know what else I think we can do tomorrow? Yes, in addition to Here's the Thing, I have this idea for things that are extinct that we can bring back. Since they're bringing back the dire wolf after 10,000 years, what are some things in sports that you would like to bring back from extinction? We'll do some of that tomorrow to have some fun, too. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. Also, Matt Miller, 8:30 tomorrow, talking draft. We'll catch you guys at 6 a.m. You know where the hay is.
Come on, Luis F. Castillo. Come on. Deliver today, baby. Deliver.
It's in the barn. See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. weekdays 10 to 2.
Mike Greenberg, kind enough to join us.
Do I believe in Sam Darnold? Yes. Do I believe that he will duplicate what he did a year ago? I'm not so sure. He definitely has the talent. He is turnover prone. It is not realistic to think that's going to get coached out of him. But I think he is more than good enough to win with.
Hear the rest of this interview on demand at seattlesports.com and on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Windows are our home's top target for break-ins. At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer added security with our exclusive 3-layer security glass protection. Combined with our lifetime warranty, you'll have lifetime peace of mind. Choose Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Bob Stelton here for Asset Roofing, and they have got the perfect slogan. You're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset, and I witnessed this firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner, and again when I had him do work on my roof. Now this spring, replace your aging roof with Asset Roofing because you're either hiring a liability or you're hiring an asset. Check them out at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing. Excellence is on the house.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Get ready for an unforgettable adventure at LeMay, America's car museum in Tacoma. Marvel at over 300 world-class automobiles and 100 years of history. Don't miss the Shinka exhibit, featuring nearly 50 iconic Japanese sports cars. Feel the thrill of driving a Formula One car on the exhilarating race simulators. There's fun for everyone, so grab your friends or the whole family and plan your visit Thursday to Monday. Learn more at americascarmuseum.org. The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Announcing the Million Hour Volunteer Rally.
G here, join me, Safeway and Albertsons, and donate your time and skills to support local food banks and host food drives or fundraisers. You can win free groceries for a year and a $5,000 donation to your favorite hunger relief agency. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer to learn more. Find volunteer opportunities and log your hours. 1 million hours will help create food secure communities. Visit albertsons.com/volunteer.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners close out their series against the Astros with a matinee finale today at 1:10 p.m. Luis F. Castillo gets the start. We'll send you to a noon pregame live right here on Seattle Sports. Grizzlies guard Jalen Wells broke his right wrist falling to the floor after a mid-air collision yesterday. It was a scary moment. Players and medical staff surrounded Wells, who appeared motionless and was stretchered off the court before being taken to a local hospital. Good news, though, he appears to be in great spirits. He posted a photo on Instagram of himself wearing a cast and wrote simply, "Go Grizz."
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.